Chapter 481. Bloody. The stench penetrated into Eli's nose, making him feel uncomfortable. Between the army formations, he secretly raised his head and looked towards Shugwang City not far away. On the flat land, Dawn City stands on the ground, but at this time the original city buildings are almost stained with blood, and a blood mist rises above the sky. What made Eli feel terrified was that he didn't feel much aliveness. This can only explain one reason, that is, there may not be many living people in Shugwang City at this time, but Shugwang City used to be a huge city that accommodated tens of millions of people. Thinking of this, Eli's color gradually cooled down. No, it seems that there is still some breath. Eli's eyes flashed with silver, and he looked into the depths of the city. On the bloody ground, he faintly saw an altar, and at this time Nilo was painting on the altar. What? The look is anxious, and beside him, there are 20 cold figures, each of which exudes a strong demonic aura. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the moment he saw it, Nilo also turned his head and looked outside the city. Then he looked at the warlocks around him, and said in a resolute and harsh voice, "They are here, stop Eli for me, buy me half an hour, after half an hour, I will be enough to lift the seal." Yes. Many warlocks raised their heads together, revealing the redness in their eyes. In the next second, they flew towards the outside of Dawn City at the same time. Seeing this scene, Eli lowered his head silently. At this time, in the sky, Eli's clone stood on the outside of the airship, followed by Vivica and Nicholas. "My lord, what seems to have happened in Dawn City?" Vivica looked at the city in the distance, her brows suddenly frowned, and the blood mist soaring into the sky could have made people feel uneasy. "Indeed, I only saw the painful wailing of countless souls." Nicholas also frowned. Eli didn't answer, but said softly, "Here we come." "Here, what is it?" the two asked strangely at the same time. But in the next second, 20 blood-colored rays of light appeared in their field of vision. They flew from the city of Dawn towards the outside, and the aura of each of them was shocking. With the appearance of these 20 rays of light, everyone was completely dumbfounded. 20.5 steps and 5 rings, how is this possible? Vivica's eyes were filled with horror. Hiss! Nicholas was so shocked that he couldn't speak. These are 20 half-step 5 rings, not Chinese cabbage. How could the heart of the abyss have so many half-step 5th rings? This is unscientific. This is not a normal half-step 5th ring. It was born temporarily. I am afraid that the lifespan is less than 1 year and 1 month. At this time, voices came from the ears of the two, and Eli walked up to them. "Brother Eli." Vivica looked at Eli, a little worried. "It's not that I'm worried about Eli's safety, but such an abnormal behavior of Heart of the Abyss really makes people feel uneasy, especially with its back against the abyss, it makes people shudder." "Don't worry." Eli waved his hand. In the next second, he flew directly outside. The bloody chi and blood erupted together with the power of the true spirit, and a kilometer-long shadow dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, and then let out a roar towards the 20 figures. And those figures just looked at each other, and then chose to turn into blood at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of nearly 20 huge demons stood outside Dawn City in the distance, like giants guarding their royal court, and everyone's eyes were red, as emotionless as zombies. With the appearance of some huge figures, the warlocks of the legions only noticed these 20 people at this time, and the marching speed slowed down immediately, and the eyes of each of them changed from apprehension about war to fear. 20? You're not kidding. Is that an exaggeration? The warlocks opened their mouths wide, the shock in their eyes couldn't be concealed at all. It was only at this time that they realized that it seemed that they thought it was too easy to capture the heart of the abyss. Is this the combat power of the number 1 force in the western regions? But at the same time, doubts arise, that is why they did not send these people out before. Of course, these are not important anymore, because with the passage of a few seconds, the shadow dragon transformed by Eli has already flown towards Dawn City, colliding with the demons. 20 in one battle. The aftermath of the first collision made everyone feel the ground tremble, and even their bodies trembled instinctively, and Vivica immediately ordered the legions to wait in place and not to step into the Dawn Great Plains. In the middle, a figure quietly left the legion and headed towards Dawn City. The figure was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached more than 10 kilometers outside Shugwang City, but at this moment he stopped, and then silently hid himself. Eli looked at the sky, his avatar was fighting with nearly 20 temporary half-step 5 rings, the two sides went back and forth, and no one could do anything to the other. Even if Eli had a certain advantage, he couldn't destroy the enemies quickly, after all, there were too many of them. It seems that we need to use some means, and then let me go there first, at least to stop Niall's priest. It should be a priest who broke the seal. If it succeeds, it will be troublesome. Eli, also knowing that he couldn't stay behind this time, he began to command the demons in the sky. In the next second, the giant dragon in the sky raised its head and let out a roar. A shadow condensed instantly. At the same time, an unknown amount of power of faith burned like a raging fire, and a pale golden flame was attached around the shadow. A shadow like a black sun appeared, and then erupted instantly, rushing towards the demons. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of sky also instantly became dark, and most of them could only hear the wailing of demons, which lasted for several minutes. And when the shadows dissipate, when everyone looked towards the sky, their expressions changed instantly. In the sky, only 15 of the original 20 demons remained, and the rest were covered with scars. This was a good thing, but at this moment, the breath of Eli was only half of what it was before. One half. At this time, the remaining demons also began to rework, and Eli at this time could not resist at all. Under the attack of the demons, he seemed to be defeated at any time. The sudden change also stunned everyone, and it was rare to suddenly change color. From their point of view, once Eli fails, they will never be able to leave here. But more people are puzzled, how did it become like this all of a sudden? Also, was the adult crazy just now? Why did he suddenly erupt, causing the situation to change to this? This is the end? Is this the end? Nilo was anxiously preparing for the sacrifice, but he was stunned when he saw this scene. Originally, the failure of the Warlock Alliance had already saved him a lot of time, so he had to speed up the process, but it was a pity that he still had a part to complete when he knew that the Tower of Bloodlines had arrived. Originally, he wanted to rely on 20 temporary half-step 5 rings to block Eli for a while, but who the hell thought that in the current situation, Eli seemed to be defeated? Is it so fantastic? Nilo was a little sluggish at this moment, looking at the priest in front of him, he suddenly wanted to stop. You have no way out. At this time, a voice came from his mind, and Nilo calmed down. Yes, if it was said before that he may still have a way out, but tens of millions of people in Dawn City have been killed by him, and he has no place to integrate into the human world. I can't go back anymore. Nilo waved his hand and glanced behind him. Behind them is the main street of Dawn City, which is distributed in a staggered manner, and in between, are the corpses of an unknown number of people. They are densely packed like sandbags on every inch of land. Even the lowest pile of people is nearly 7 or 8 meters high. See the human skeleton that has been squeezed into minced flesh below. Nearly 10 million bones are buried here. And they turned into a part of the nearly 20-meter-high altar under his feet at this time, surrounded by millions of beautiful emerald-like soul crystals. The collision of Bloody and Orchid is like a silent opera. Nilo is expressionless. In his opinion, these sacrifices are all valuable. Beauty. He appreciated it and turned back. But I think it would be more beautiful if you crushed your head. Suddenly, a cold voice reached his ears. Nilo was taken aback for a moment, and turned back. On the street in the distance, among the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood, a person stared at him intently, the murderous intent and anger in his eyes were brewing like a storm, without any concealment. Eli. Nilo called out a name in astonishment. Chapter 482. Eli, how could it be you? Nilo looked at the humans on the mountain of corpses in the distance, his eyes suddenly widened. The person in front of him was none other than Eli, whom he was thinking of. But isn't he fighting outside? He immediately glanced outside. He was indeed still fighting, and the dragon had completely fallen under the siege of the demons. It was only a matter of time before he failed. But where did this Eli come from? Could it be? Grunt. As we all know, Eli has clone skills, but from the beginning to the end of this war, no one has thought about this issue, because the combat power on the front line is already abnormally strong. How could it be a clone? But what if it was a double? In other words, the Eli of the main body is much more perverted? Nilo's throat moved slightly, and he suddenly felt a little hard to breathe. Are you Eli? He straightened his body and asked solemnly. It's me. Eli looked at Nello and replied angrily. At this moment, he was beyond angry. Originally, he thought that his state of mind was enough to face anything, but when he used the moment of attack to enter here, when he saw the road paved with flesh and blood in Dawn City, he felt his humanity awakening. He just wants to do one thing now. I want to kill you, Nilo. He looked at Nilo, and countless shadows spread around, shrouding the city in hazy shadows. And his figure also rose rapidly, and the giant-like true spirit was pulled out of the ground, and the infinite power of energy and blood turned into a thick fog to cover the true spirit, and the two merged. The blood-spirit body dedicated itself again. That's not all, as the blood-spirit body appeared, his vitality was also burning, and a dark wizard book with chains was taken out. This is... At this moment, Nilo, who was in the distance, stared blankly at all this. When the true spirit in front of him appeared, he was already in a daze. He didn't quite understand, but there was a terrified voice in his mind. True spirit body, he's a wizard, no, it still has the breath of blood, what the hell is this, how did it merge? How is this possible? The voice in his head was chaotic and complicated, but he grasped a word accurately. Wizard. He pursed his lips and looked at Eli. Eli is actually a wizard who is hated by warlocks, and the leader of the top bloodline warlock force in the western regions is actually a wizard? You are actually a wizard? Ha 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 ha, laugh at me, who would have thought that the master of the blood tower of the top power in the western regions is actually a wizard? If this is exposed, I am afraid that your situation will not be better than mine, the same tragic situation. Nilo looked at Eli, and suddenly felt a similar feeling. The situation of demons and wizards in today's world is not too different. Explode, as long as I kill you, how can it explode? Eli smiled, and flipped the curse technique in his hand. In the next second, thousands of years of life suddenly turned into food, and with the help of the Nile breath that had been prepared, one curse after another suddenly began to take effect, the curse of the soul, the curse of the flesh. Dozens of curses suddenly took effect. The smile on Nilo's face in the distance is also disappearing little by little. What exactly is this? He looked down, at this moment his body seemed to be rotting, a stench came, and even his soul felt a burst of convulsions, as if thousands of thorns were entwining him, the pain was extremely painful. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spit out directly, Nilo wiped off the blood, and even felt that his breath had dropped by a third. He's crazy, he'll curse you with at least 1,000 years of life. The shrill voice in his head seemed to remind him what happened. You're crazy. Nilo looked at Eli in the distance, the corners of his mouth twitching. No. Eli shook his head, and in the next second, layers of bloody imprints began to superimpose, and the 3 layers of explosive blood that only the body could use were superimposed in an instant, which made his aura skyrocket again. After completing these preparations, he looked at Nilo, waved his hand and said, "Come on, fight me, how strong are you, trash?" Hateful. Hearing being called that, Nilo couldn't bear it anymore. He endured the curse in his body with great difficulty, and then burst out his blood, and the huge blood avatar slowly appeared, which is the most common blood of Barlow in the heart of the abyss, but at this time his body was entwined with a layer of dark curse, such as maggots attached to the bones. Damn it! Feeling the curse, Nilo let out a roar. Then, he rushed towards Eli directly, and the giant red flaming hands attacked, emitting infinite light and heat, like a sun god. Go to hell, Eli! The flames swept across the world like the wind. And Eli was still calm at this time, but the burning life seemed to represent his anger. Dross! After cursing, the elemental avatar suddenly rose up, and even directly attacked Nile, also with a giant palm, but a shadow giant palm. Seeing this scene, Nilo was overjoyed. Although he doesn't know about wizards, he knows that wizards are not good at melee combat. But in the next second, his smile stopped abruptly. The giant palms collided suddenly, and the flaming giant palms shattered into countless sparks like glass. They didn't even last for a second, and then he saw the shadow giant palms attacking him directly. How can it be? Nilo said with a face full of shock and anger. But in the next second, the giant shadow palm grabbed him directly, and his power seemed to be completely blocked at this moment, and he could no longer use any power. At this time, he really felt the power contained in Eli. Just kidding. The power he felt was at least 50 times greater than his just now, but he is not a weak person in the 5th ring. At this moment, he even suspected that he was facing a strong man with the 5th ring. At this time, Eli was also walking towards him, and Nilo's throat moved slightly. Eli, let me go, All of this is really not my heart, please, let me go. Nilo begged for mercy loudly, crying. At this moment, he seemed to finally feel the fear of death. Especially after experiencing the power balance, he realized that he could not be the opponent. Eli's body in front of him is simply a monster. Begging for mercy. Eli narrowed his eyes after approaching Nile 100 meters away. In the next second, the shadow exerted force directly, and with a shrill voice, Nilo's breath of life disappeared in this world in an instant, and even the remaining flesh and blood were instantly swallowed by the shadow. Eli is too lazy to talk to this kind of scum. The protagonist of the Go Tao system will never force Lai. And at the moment of Nilo's death, a bloody aura suddenly rose. It was the figure of a succubus, which was the demon heart king. At this time, she looked at Eli angrily, and roared, "Damn human, you have to pay for your actions, no, damn it, you damn it human beings, let me finish my sentence. I will return." Looking at the demon brand devoured by the shadows, Eli was a little disdainful. It's just a sealed demon, so what about the 5 rings? If it can really come out, it won't be planned for many years, and it is even more impossible to cross the seal before the battle, and the sacrifices are not successful. I really think this is a knight's story. There are no accidental mistakes in his story. But it seems that I have to strengthen this abyss seal for decades, otherwise I'm a little worried. Eli curled his lips, deciding not to remember the cost of life to strengthen the seal. But is this the end? Eli looked at the dead Nile and the devoured demon, and it still felt a little unreal. As the largest boss in the area, this death was too hasty. No, I have endured it for hundreds of years. I haven't provoked you for hundreds of years. Then I accumulated strength and did experiments. It's just for this day. It's reasonable to relax. Eli shook his head. He didn't do nothing. On the contrary, he is doing too much. But it's not over yet. Eli turned his head and looked outside the city. At this time, the huge shadow dragon was grabbed by the limbs and tail by the demons, and was restrained in a large font in the sky. The other 5 demons in front showed ferocious smiles, as if they were about to be executed. Of course, there are hundreds of thousands of desperate warlocks on the ground. It's time to go out and reap the faith. Eli smiled, and then flew out of the city. Chapter 483. Outside the battlefield. Master Eli is defeated. How is this possible? How could the adults lose? Is this the end? But we have all come to Dawn City, the last battlefield, and we lost just like that. Will the heart of the abyss win in the end? Hundreds of thousands of warlocks looked up at the bound body in the sky and felt a burst of despair, and some people even trembled uncontrollably. They couldn't have never imagined that Eli would lose. But this time the facts were in front of their eyes, and they had to believe it. It's over. Viveka in the distance didn't worry too much. She knew that that one was just Eli's clone. On the contrary, she should be more worried about her own safety now. Viveka, if there is a chase later, I will take you away. Not far away, Nicholas looked at Viveka and said. Yeah. Viveka nodded. It's over. At this moment, there was a murmur. They looked over, and in the corner not far away was a distraught Luo Yat, whose eyes seemed to have lost hope. In this regard, the two looked at each other, a little helpless. Luo Yi's purpose is undoubtedly to avenge his teacher, but now he has died before seeing Lord Nile, so the subsequent revenge is naturally out of the question, let alone Luo Yi doesn't know that this is Eli. His avatar must be even more desperate in his heart. In the end, Nicholas hesitated for a while, but decided to go over to comfort him. As soon as he took a step, there was an exclamation from behind him. What is that? What happened? He turned his head and looked towards the battlefield, also stunned. At this time, Eli, who was trapped, suddenly turned into countless destructive light spots, and then flew towards the distant Dawn City, and at the same time, a bloody light flew out, and all the light spots merged with it. At the same time as the bloody light flew out, countless shadows turned into giant hands of thousands of shadows, flying directly towards the demons in the distance, exuding a chilling aura. The shadows covered the sky, and everyone's eyes went dark. Opening his eyes again, all the demons were firmly bound in the shadows, struggling wildly one by one, roaring with scarlet eyes, but unable to move. Boom! Then the sound of crushing watermelon was heard, and 12 blood-colored flowers bloomed in the sky, mixed with this black color, as beautiful as a mandala of flowers of death. Dead, all half-step 5 rings are dead. What happened? How can this be? Countless warlocks were shocked by this sudden turn of events. Damn it! Even Vivica and Nicholas opened their mouths wide at this time, and seeing the familiar bloody light, the two looked at each other, vaguely understanding something. Eli is here. At this time, under the ground, countless people were still looking up at the sky, and they waited for the blood light to reveal. At this time, they also secretly guessed the origin of the blood light but did not dare to confirm it, because it was too outrageous and surprising. Just right. Eli calmly looked at the hundreds of thousands of people on the ground and smiled. The bloody light beside him also slowly dissipated, revealing himself, and the corpse of Nilo pulled by the shadow tentacles slowly appeared, and a light curtain reflecting the images of the two appeared in the sky. In an instant, Eli and the dead people around him could be clearly seen for tens of miles. Eli spoke directly, and the loud voice reached everyone's ears. Nile, the original leader of Nile, the heart of the abyss, colluded with the demons of the abyss in an attempt to break the seal of the abyss, and sacrificed thousands of Dawn City residents to forcefully create half-step 5 rings in an attempt to stop me, but in the end I was discovered and beheaded. Killed in Dawn City. Nile has committed a heinous crime, and the heart of the abyss cannot escape the blame. Hereby, as Tala of the bloodline, I will completely take over all the territories and resources of the heart of the abyss to ensure the safety of the abyss. At the same time, this is also a just war, a war to defend the western regions. After all, Eli flew directly towards the airship in the center. Seeing Eli leave but the figure, everyone stood there blankly at this moment, still immersed in the words just now and the shocking facts just now. So it was Lord Eli who killed Nile, and then discovered Nile's conspiracy. The one just now was just the adult's avatar. It turns out that the main body has already sneaked into Dawn City, but is the avatar so outrageous? It's so terrifying. As expected of an adult, you dared to take such a big risk to sneak into Dawn City, and you have already encountered many difficulties. By the way, is this the end? Nero died, we won, and the Tower of Bloodline won. Everyone has different ideas, or the joy of the rest of the life, or the astonishment of the victory in the war, or the fear of the conspiracy in the heart of the abyss, or the pity for the dead humans in Dawn City. But in the end, it all turned into an emotion. We won. Countless people shouted, tears of excitement flowed from their eyes. At the same time, Eli flew into the center airship. Brother Eli. Grown-ups. Vivica and Nicholas, as well as many true spirits and warlocks all bowed their heads humbly, expressing their respect and deep shock to Eli. Get up. Eli waved his hand and smiled. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from a distance, came directly to Eli and knelt down. Boom! When his knees and skull touched the ground at the same time, Luoya burst into tears, almost crying, "Thank you, sir, from today onwards, I will be your master's man." At this moment, all his pain was released, and it was gratitude to Eli for avenging him. Eli waved lightly, and Luoya was helped up. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "You should have your own life, but well, the Tower of Bloodline will have a huge territory in the future, and I may really need some people to help me manage it. Would you like it?" "I do." Luoya nodded heavily. Eli smiled, and everyone else in the room smiled too. Yes, after today, the entire western region has been controlled by the Bloodline Tower. Compared with before, the Bloodline Tower is completely different, and it can be called the last real first-class power. Eli also glanced at Shugwang City in the distance, deeply moved. The war is over, but there are still many things that are not over: the harvest, eliminating the impact of the war, and dealing with the relationship after the Warlock Alliance, digesting the harvest. These have to be done one by one. It's over, but it's also a new beginning. Eli chuckled, and returned to the room to rest. Damn it, Eli! A painful scream came out, and the Demon King, tore up everything in the hall in anger, and the terrifying breath penetrated out of the palace to kill the demons with a radius of hundreds of miles. It ruined my plan, and why didn't you let me talk, half of it? The Demon Heart King felt her heart twitch. This was the first time she felt such pain in thousands of years. I will definitely go back, definitely. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, next time, I will hold your head and finish all the words this time. Ah! How can this be? Chapter 484. Charm Mansion. What? Nile, the heart of the abyss, tried to collude with the abyssal demons to break the seal, but Eli arrived and killed him, stopping their plot. At this time, Liliana, who had just been promoted to the person in charge of the charming mansion, stared at the warlock in front of her with wide eyes and asked. "Yes, my lord," replied the warlock. "Hiss!" Liliana gasped. After a few seconds of slowing down, she pursed her lips and sighed, "It's really him." As expected of Eli. At the same time, Jinji clicked his tongue and sighed. "My lord is really clever. I'm afraid he already knew that the Tower of Bloodlines would win, so he rejected the Warlock Alliance," Modo said with a flattering smile. "I really don't know this time." Jinji shook his head. Tisk tisk said. "Who would have thought that Eli would be so abnormal? Avatars are so terrifying. With this kind of strength below the fifth ring, I am afraid that he has no opponent in today's world. I am afraid that even in the world of wizards, he is also a dazzling existence in the world. Indeed, Lord Eli is indeed different," Modo said with deep emotion. "When he first came, Eli was just the head of a small branch, but now he is indeed number one in the western regions and the only one at the helm of a tier 1 power, in charge of the western regions. So scary. Okay, the construction of the western region will definitely require a lot of resources. I think it's time to prepare. This is also a rare opportunity for us. In the past, those real big forces would not look at us directly." Jinji stood up, silently thanking himself for making the decision before. Unintentionally inserting willows and willows into shades. Paradise City. The Tower of Bloodline 1, and the Heart of the Abyss confirmed that it was colluding with the Abyss, so this time they really found an excuse, and our Hami's family couldn't find a suitable reason to do it. Isaac said helplessly. "It's normal to win, but Eli's strength in this battle is probably the best under the 5 rings. It's so terrifying. If you don't get out of the 5th ring, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything to him." The other 5 people closely followed their brows, feeling tricky for the first time. Judging from Eli's combat power, it was difficult for them to do anything about him. His combat power under the 5th ring was too much, it was exaggerated, he was simply not human. The matter of the green field has also been investigated. It has been confirmed that there is a wizard named Roland who claims to be a wizard who has returned from the Wizard Union, and he is messing with the Greenfield aliens. At this time, an old voice came. Hearing this, the others also turned their heads. It was the white-haired warlock of the Price family. "Then what should we do about it?" At this time, someone looked at Tipper and asked curiously. "Hey, I have a great idea." His white beard trembled, and he gave a mysterious smile. Not far away, Isaac also poked his head curiously, and his eyes lit up after a while. "I agree." He was the first to agree. "There is news from the Warlock Alliance that they will not interfere in the affairs of the western regions, but there is one condition." In the Green Land, Eli, who came back here, looked at Alida curiously. "Yes, my lord." Alida nodded helplessly. Facing a behemoth like the Warlock Alliance, they were also very helpless. After all, the two were not of the same size yet. Although they are already a first-level power, each of the 6 major families must surpass the first-level power, not only because of their great power, but also because they are said to have a fighting power that surpasses half a step of the 5th ring, which is the legendary 5th ring. That kind of character hasn't been seen in many years, and no one knows if it still exists. "What conditions?" Eli asked. He is also very cautious about the alliance. Alida cleared her throat, and then said, "My lord, it's like this, they discovered the existence of wizards in the depths of the Greenfield, and even united with most of the alien races. Their request is that we launch a war on the Greenfield, kill or capture that wizard alive." "Eli?" Eli's face gradually became strange. He heard right. "Is this clone discovered? But this condition is really, not bad." "Okay, tell them I agreed, as long as we rest and recuperate, it doesn't take a year." Eli's mouth couldn't help but rise. Isn't this a replica of the West Coast back then? He who masters the power of warlocks fights wits and courage with his own wizard power. Now it has reappeared. But this time it's him against himself, but he also needs time to develop, and this matter is also a good thing for him. Facing powerful enemies, it's better to keep a low profile and accept their conditions. "Well, then I will reply to them later. Oh my lord, the resources about the Heart of the Abyss have also been sorted out, and we have also put all the high-value things outside the valley, do you see?" Alida asked again. "Bring it in, I'll take it easy." Eli smiled for real this time. "It's finally here. A first-tier power, I hope he won't be disappointed." Yes. Alida also nodded, and then left. 3 hours later. Eli walks out of the wizard's tower. At this time, the valley was filled with nearly hundreds of thousands of items, piled up into hills one after another, shining brightly, emitting a beautiful light like a magic stone. That's a lot. Eli gasped. It's a bit scary, there are so many, even with his current eyesight, it will take at least a day or two. Happy Troubles, let's begin. Shrugging, Eli walked towards the resource mountain. If he does not enter Base Han, whoever enters Base Han. 3 days later. Eli stepped out of it. It took a little longer than he expected, but he did find a lot of good things. After removing most of the resource-based materials and some things that Eli is interested in, there are actually not many that are useful to Eli, only about 4 or 5. Thinking of this, Eli lowered his head and opened the interspatial ring, and took out 5 things. A crimson wizard robe, a monocle, a pair of dark purple eyes, a longbow, and a vial of flowing marrow. Among them, the wizard's robe is called the Crimson Wizard's Robe, which is a 5-ringed wizard's robe. It is made using part of the small world's world clothes, that is, the world's film manufacturing, and a large number of other precious resources. It is enough to resist the attack of the 5-ring rule, and because of the characteristics of the world film, it can automatically resist all kinds of external attacks, and has a strong defense against hidden attacks. It is an advanced wizard robe. Of course, Eli is not enough to use his full defense at this time, but it is far superior to the wizard robe he was wearing that was refined from the skin of the deep-sea giant. The second monocle, named You Can't See Me, is a 5-ring witch tool. Although it is a monocle, its function is quite interesting. It can make the protagonist completely invisible, which is completely invisible at the rule level. Although the name is weird, Eli quite likes it. Anyway, he likes this kind of hidden witch weapon. The third eye, this one made Eli a little confused, because he didn't find any trace of this thing from the past, but there was a faint black mist on it, and Eli seriously suspected that it might have something to do with the dark curse of the past. The strong of the world matter. Eli also tried to put it together with the black mist. It can absorb the black mist, but it can't absorb the regularly wound black mist. So far, the effect is so far, so far. The third one is a 2-meter longbow. The bow is slender and graceful, light golden. It is a warlock weapon at the level of 5 rings. It can at least double the bonus to bloodline attacks. It is an ultra-long-range weapon. Moreover, the material contains a large amount of space material, so that it can span space. Combined with Eli's Quicksilver Eye, it is a set of sharp weapons. What you see is the strike range. As for the final medulla, Eli looked down. The medulla is placed in a sealed transparent bottle, exuding rainbow-like colors, and has a great attraction to Eli. This thing is called colorful light essence, which is taken from the original torrent of elements in the ancient elemental world. It is rare and extremely precious, and its value is comparable to a complete small world. And it has only one effect. Assist to break through the 5th ring. Eli pursed his lips, feeling his heart beating a little faster. He didn't know how Nero got this thing, but there was no doubt that he probably prepared it for himself, but it was cheaper for Eli. Even if he can't use it now, he will definitely need it in the future. Good man. Eli sighed deeply and kept it safe. This thing, to put it bluntly, won't be exchanged in any of the western regions. Chapter 485. Eli sorted out the harvest and updated his witchcraft and reserves. At the same time, the Bloodline Tower is also used to sweeping the entire western region at a galloping speed, and all forces actively invested in the Bloodline Tower, even the group of youngsters from the eastern region also joined the Bloodline Tower. Of course, in order to be cautious, Eli still took out a blood contract. This made many forces hesitate. After all, even if the contract is very loose, if it is really signed, then it will really be bound to the Bloodline Tower in the future. It can be regarded as the Bloodline Tower's command, but they want to see the Warlock Alliance reaction. In fact, many people are waiting for the reaction of the Warlock Union. But soon, the news came out that the Warlock Alliance recognized the existence of the Bloodline Tower and its current forces, which surprised many forces, so they signed contracts one by one. The turmoil of the war is much easier than imagined. In just 3 months, the Bloodline Tower has completed the occupation of the western regions. Since then, the era of the Bloodline Tower of the western regions has begun. Another year. The post-war reconstruction of the Bloodline Tower basically started. Dawn City was also completely cleaned up, and the seal was strengthened by dozens of layers by Eli, which consumed a lot of lifespan. At the same time, a clone was also thrown here to suppress the abyss. Speaking of avatars, at this time Eli has already cohesively 2 avatars. One guards the abyss, the other goes to the green field and becomes Roland. The 2 avatars are all avatars with the strength of Eli on the battlefield before, and even after condensing the 2 avatars, Eli still has 3 imprints of faith, so the number of imprints he has at this time has reached 7, all in the past year cohesive. Very exaggerated. Even Eli didn't expect such an exaggeration. But it's normal to think about it. After all, the central road is so big. As the master of a domain, it is normal to be known. Of course, there is another reason. I don't know which grandson gave him the title of the first person under the 5th ring. This is what made him famous. Hey, I don't want to do this either. Eli felt helpless. But there is no way, I can only decide to keep a low profile later. Anyway, after hiding for hundreds of years, not many people will remember it. After thinking about the strategy, Eli got into the wizard tower. 3 years later, a message shocked the world again. The Bloodline Tower announced the existence of Roland to the public, but did not explain the Wizards' Union, but only told everyone that there were wizards hidden in the green field, which needed to be cleared, and began to call the army. A few months later, war broke out. It is said that the first war was so fierce that even the wizard Roland appeared, and Eli appeared to fight him, and then both sides suffered. The world was shocked by Roland's strength, and began to question his name back then. However, the dedication of the Tower of Bloodline made the Warlock Alliance very satisfied, and sent a lot of material support, and even some medicine to recover from injuries. I hope to continue to work hard. Thus, the continuous war began. At this time, Eli, who was injured fighting Roland, stretched his body, and then took a bite of the precious fruit sent by the Warlock Alliance that could restore his injuries. The taste is really good, very sweet. Comfortable. Feeling the weak vitality replenished in his body, prostitution made him feel a little happy. Of course, this is only one aspect, and he has more happy things. The initial direction of the shadow rule has finally been chosen. Eli took a deep breath. After 3 years of thinking, he finally found what he was best at from the shadows. Swallow. Eli's eyes gradually hardened. From the beginning when he realized the shadow from the blood, the shadow was a means for him, but whether it was the hiding of the shadow or the power, it helped him a lot. But if it is said to be the best at it, it may still be devouring. It may have something to do with devouring runes, but this ability has not been used for a long time. After Eli's confirmation, it is the most suitable for him. Because it belongs to him alone, his creation. Then get ready to advance. Eli smiled and returned to the room. A month later, along with countless dense fog and the opening of the wizard formation, a large number of shadows poured out from a room in the wizard tower, completely dragging the wizard tower into darkness. Even the entire valley was plunged into darkness. Hydra, who was sleeping in the distance, looked up at this scene and neighed excitedly. Nicholas, who was still digesting a large number of deaths on the battlefield, also opened his eyes, looked at the shadows, and showed a happy smile. Then the body flew outwards and began to guard the valley. And this protection is half a year. On this day, the shadow of the valley slowly began to dissipate, and the wizard tower slowly reappeared in the space, and the shadow flowed into the wizard tower. After a few minutes, Eli walked out. Looking at the emerald green environment outside the door, Eli smiled. Break through the 5th ring in half a step. Eli was overjoyed. Consciousness sank into the great sun of the true spirit, and in the core area, a little dark shadow stayed like a seed, but it exuded a devouring power, and small vortexes appeared around it. This is the seed of my law. Eli smiled. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever before. The initial mastery of the law made him feel better than ever. First of all, in terms of shadows, the quality and power almost had a certain leap, almost 5 times more than before. There is also devouring. His shadow power has a certain devouring power, compared with ordinary shadows, this is a kind of domineering and tyrannical power. And using the shadow of devouring power, as long as it touches the opponent, it can devour their power to supplement Eli. Very strong. Of course, the specific strength needs to be tested, but at this time, even if Eli is a bloodless spirit body or a second stage, his strength is enough to easily kill Nile. Next, continue to comprehend the rules, and then look for opportunities to advance to the 5th ring. Eli took a deep breath, his gaze firmer than ever before. It seems to be calm now, but he feels a sense of crisis. The green field has been dragged on for decades at most. At that time, the Warlock Alliance will definitely find out. If he does something to him, he still doesn't have the strength to protect himself. Stronger, only with the fifth ring can I have guaranteed strength. Eli muttered silently, and then returned to the wizard tower. At this time, Nicholas and Hydra, who just felt it, looked at each other and were silent. Your Excellency, you really don't relax for a moment. Nicholas' mouth twitched. Still want to congratulate. But it's normal, it's just a one-time promotion, and adults probably don't take it to heart. The breakthrough below the fifth ring is meaningful to adults, but it's limited. Nicholas also sighed. 50 times is invincible, and 500 times is also invincible. But still at this level, the meaning is naturally not that great. Boom. He turned his head to leave, but the door opened again. All I saw was that Eli was shocked and his muscles tensed. My lord, what happened? Nicholas was taken aback, he was not so happy about his breakthrough just now. A big deal. Eli sighed, and even became a little nervous. Chapter 486. A big deal. Even Eli had to admit that this was a big deal. Are you sure you found your real body? Looking at Dylan, who returned overnight, Eli couldn't believe it. It's true, Eli, I found it, I found it. Dylan jumped up and down, almost shouting. This made Hydra and Nicholas not far away a little stunned. This was the first time they saw Dylan so excited, and they were equally shocked by the content. The main body. Nicholas murmured in a low voice. If he remembers correctly, this guy Dylan seems to have a certain relationship with the legendary wizard tower. In that case, this time is really a big deal. Where is it? Eli looked at Dylan seriously. He believed that Dylan would not lie to him. But this matter is indeed of great importance, and Eli had never imagined it. In Dawn City, you have to go further south, in the most fringe area of the western region, at the end of the Soul Mountain Range, near the ocean, and I found my body there. Dylan said happily as he said quickly, I knew it, I must. If I can find it, I will definitely find it. Then why didn't you take it back? Eli asked strangely. Every time Dylan goes out, he is accompanied by the real spirit. If he finds it, he shouldn't bring it back. Dylan's face suddenly became embarrassing, and said, I found that my body seems to be in a ruin, and I don't know why. There are many high-level mechanical creations guarding it, and I even saw a half-step robots with 5 rings. We entered for a while, and then came out. Fortunately, those robots were not awakened, but my body should be in the center of the ruins. I am sure of this. I came back this time just to ask you to help me get the body, don't worry. What's mine is yours. Dylan chattered, and Eli understood why. Okay. Eli nodded. He had been curious about Dylan's body for a long time. Now that you have found it, you can't give up. That's great. Dylan said happily, mechanical blue light flickered in his eyes. After one day, Eli, Nicholas, and Dylan stood on Hydra's body and arrived at their destination, a hilly area. Standing here, they could even see the endless sea in the distance. There is also a part of the southern part of the western regions that is connected to the endless sea. Going to the west coast from here is even closer than the mountains, but it is also more dangerous. Eli, that's right there. Dylan pointed excitedly at a mountain peak on the ground. Eli looked down, and saw a small mountain standing in the hills. He did feel the faint power of space there. There is something. The silver eyes in Eli's eyes turned, and his field of vision turned to one side again. On the mountain peak, a medium-sized relic was stuck between the spaces, and inside it was a huge space with several thousand square kilometers, but the interesting thing was that there was only a wizard tower standing in the center, surrounded by a large number of mechanical creations to protect Wizard Tower. This arrangement is a bit like Finding Dylan. And in front of the Wizard Tower, there are 3 huge mechanical creations nearly 1,000 meters long, like robots, calmly lowering their heads and guarding the 3 directions of the Wizard Tower. Judging by the size, it is indeed similar to what Dylan said, enough to rival the half-step 5th ring. Nicholas. Eli looked sideways at Nicholas. Yes. As a subordinate for many years, he flew directly down. The space rippled, and it entered the ruins. Eli observed carefully. After all, there might be some surprises in things like ruins, so it's better to be cautious and check first. After entering, Nicholas also quickly approached the center. Soon, many mechanical creations woke up, countless artillery fire instantly covered the sky, and Nicholas easily got down and came not far from the wizard tower. At this time, one of the huge robots instantly woke up. The vessels all over his body emitted an orchid light, and the energy was transported to the core area. He stood up directly, and then attacked Nicholas, but because he was not afraid of soul attacks, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. A few seconds later, he fled in embarrassment, leaving the secret realm. "My lord, those three should all have half-step 5 ring strength." Coming to Eli's side, Nicholas gasped. "Almost, but there seems to be no danger inside, so leave it to me." Eli nodded, then stretched out his hand, and a shadow appeared from his hand, exuding the power of devouring. "Is it an adult's rule?" Nicholas looked aside. And just when he thought Eli was going in, I only saw that the shadow directly turned into a 1,000-meter giant hand, and then grabbed it towards the ground, directly covering the space in the relic space. Crack! Ka ka ka! The cracks expanded rapidly in front of the huge force, cracks of several thousand meters appeared in the air in the blink of an eye, and the relics of space were also looming in everyone's field of vision. Boom! In the end, there was a terrifying sound of shattering. The space was suddenly broken, and the space outside the ruins was opened, only to see countless items in the ruins falling towards the ground like rain, and dust like a sandstorm was stirred up in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Eli, on the other hand, ignored it at all, and the giant shadow hand stretched directly into it. Then, under the shocking eyes of several people, a wizard tower was slowly dragged out, then flew towards Eli, then slowly shrank, and finally ended with a space-sealing spell. This. Nicholas looked at the wizard tower with twitching corners of his mouth. "So what's the point of him going in?" "My lord, those mechanical creations have awakened." At this moment, Dylan shouted loudly. Not far away, among the dust on the ground, the shaken robots stood up slowly one by one, looking at Eli, and the 3,000-meter giant machines also slowly climbed up, with blue lights in their eyes, and then turned towards Eli. Eli made a sound. "Mission interrupted. Mission corrected. Take back the body of the adult." The 1,000-meter giant is like a high mountain, moving its legs and walking quickly towards Eli. But to the surprise of Nicholas and Dylan, they only saw Eli wave his hand, and a shadow ocean of 10,000 meters above the ground suddenly appeared, covering the machines. A frightening scorching elemental air wave emanated from the robot, trying to stop this attack, but the strength of the shadow easily broke through the defense, and then clung to the mechanical creation gate. Swallow. Seeing this scene, Eli also resorted to the newly mastered rules. In an instant, the shadow seemed to turn into a black hole, and only wisps of faint blue energy seeped out from the surface of the robot, and then disappeared without a trace, and the movements of the robots also slowed down until they stopped, including those 3 giants. Robot. After it was over, I saw all the mechanical creations sinking slowly, and then disappeared into the shadows. "My lord, is this?" Nicholas asked blankly. He really didn't understand the scene in front of him. The general energy of mechanical creations depends on the crystallization of high concentration energy. After absorbing the energy, they will naturally be unable to move. Isn't this common sense? Eli glanced at him and said. "Nicola. Mechanical creation needs energy, which is very reasonable, but it is unreasonable for you to directly absorb it like this." At this time, he also understood that this is most likely a rule mastered by adults. "Okay, compared to these, Dylan, are you sure your body is inside?" As soon as the subject changed, Eli supported the wizard tower with one hand, looked at Dylan and asked. "It's inside." Dylan's throat moved slightly, but his eyes were fixed on the wizard tower. The light in his eyes was hot and dazzling like never before. Chapter 487. "That's fine." Eli nodded, and then stepped on Hydra under his feet. Hydra neighed, then quickly moved away and returned. "Eli, open it quickly." In the sky, Dylan looked at Eli happily. "Go back and open again." Facing the anxious Dylan, Eli said calmly. "If Dylan's body is really inside the wizard's tower, then it's not suitable here, at least take good measures, otherwise it will be troublesome if something unexpected happens." "All right." Dylan nodded, but the twinkling eyes still showed that he was not calm. Everyone quickly disappeared here. Half a day later. 3 figures advanced secretly among the distant hills. The 3 figures, one in front and 2 behind, were all wearing black warlock robes, white hoods, and even masks with patterns on their faces, as if they didn't want others to know their identities. My lord, according to the information we deciphered, the front should be the place deciphered in the secret pattern diary in the ruins of the student Grey in the Eastern Territory, and the death place of another student of Grey's own. As he advanced, the back said humanely. Yet. The person at the front nodded, but there was indeed some joy in his eyes. Just a week ago, the Camise family participated in the deciphering of the relic books and suddenly discovered that there were 2 personal students of Grey, and the relic was only one of them that day, and the other was in the western regions. With the idea of eating alone, they immediately buried that piece of information, and then sneaked into the western regions, preparing to search for the ruins and see if they could gain anything. My lord, there is still a distance of about 15,000 meters. Warlock reminded again. The crowd moved on. But when there were still 10,000 meters away, the expression of the leading warlock changed. The ground in front of him was covered with a thick layer of dust, and between the hills, there were a large number of fallen trees, soil, even mountain peaks, and land. It was as if there was another world covered here. Something is wrong, speed up. The leading warlock cursed secretly. Everyone speeded up again, and soon arrived at the destination, which was the area where Eli and the others had appeared before. At this moment, the 3 looked at the mess all over the floor and looked at each other in blank dismay. Damn it, what happened? How could it be discovered here? The warlock couldn't believe it, and directly smashed the upside-down tree to pieces with a punch. Undoubtedly, they were a step behind. But who would it be? The Bloodline Tower? Impossible, how could they know about this place? The remote birds here don't shit, other families of the Warlock Alliance? This is possible, maybe there is a traitor among them. The warlock was thinking, but he couldn't help looking at the 2 people beside him. Immediately return to the family and leave it to the patriarch to decide. His eyes darkened and he said slowly. Yes. The 2 who didn't know the situation nodded. Soon, the 3 also left here. At the same time, Eli and the others have already returned to the land of greenery. They left in secret, so no one knew when they came back. When everyone entered the green land, Dylan shouted excitedly again, Eli, Eli, hurry up, I can't wait. Good. In the next second, countless witch formations instantly rose in the green land, and a layer of thick fog completely blocked the outside line of sight from here, isolating it from the outside world. Taking good measures, Eli stretched out his hand, and a wizard tower appeared, surrounded by sealing spells one after another, and these spells were slowly opened at this time. Boom! Eli threw it out, and suddenly a wizard tower tens of meters high appeared on the ground in front of him. The huge weight made the ground tremble slightly. Now, Eli has the time to observe the wizard tower. The appearance of the wizard tower is pure black, and it is divided into 3 floors, but there is no window outside. The only way to the outside world is a closed door at the door. There is an obvious rune on it, which should be a special warlock. To open. Dylan. Seeing this, Eli looked at Dylan. At this time, Dylan's eyes were fixed on the wizard tower, as if he had completely lost his mind. He shook his head when he heard Eli's words, looked at Eli and said, Eli, I just remembered something, including the warlock who opened the door. My body is definitely inside. I think it's okay to open it now. Open it. Eli nodded, the measures here have been done. After receiving the affirmation, Dylan also ran directly towards the wizard's tower. When he came to the gate, he straightened his body, and then leaned his head directly against the gate, and in an instant, a bright rune came out of his brain, radiating orchid light and approaching the warlock on the gate. Ka ka ka! As if matching, the door began to tremble slightly, and the spell slowly disappeared. At this time, Eli was also observing the rune, and made some new discoveries. It turns out it's hidden in the brain. If there is no Dylan's brain, if it is directly destroyed or cracked by other warlocks, I am afraid that the wizard tower will directly destroy itself. This original breath must be obtained. Eli stepped back silently. Kilometers, calmly watching this scene. This kind of measure shows that there is definitely something extraordinary in it. I hope to gain something. Eli pursed his lips, looking forward to it. Soon, the door slowly opened. Through the gate, the first floor is empty, nothing. As if he knew where it was, Dylan ran straight inside. When he came out again, it was already 3 minutes later, but at this time he was still dragging something. It was a coffin of faint blue crystal, exuding orchid light, and inside the coffin was an equally ordinary-looking body, the kind of ordinary robot with the first and second rings. Nothing special could be seen, on the contrary, the only special thing is the lack of a head, which should be Dylan's brain. But, that's it. Sensing that there was no danger, Eli also walked over directly and asked Dylan curiously. "My lord, don't worry." Dylan laughed, and then saw him press a position on the coffin, and the coffin instantly turned into a flowing liquid, slowly revealing the robot inside. And Dylan didn't even look at the robot, and directly took off the robot's thigh, and then gently opened it, revealing the contents inside between the silver silk threads. A key about the length of a palm, and a Yalin chip. He took the two out of it, took out the chip, and placed it directly on the forehead of his brain. Suddenly, a small groove appeared, and the chip entered instantly. Then Dylan trembled for a while, and he could even see the flowing data stream in his eyes. Eli didn't stop him either. The chip is a mechanical wizard, and mechanical creations are very common things, which simply store knowledge and past experience, without consciousness. In fact, this is also the reason why mechanical wizards can always remain rational. After a few minutes, Dylan's eyes gradually cleared up. Eli also looked at Dylan, waiting for an answer from him. And Dylan also showed a smile, looked at Eli and said, "My lord, I remembered who I am. I am Gray's youngest direct student, the four-ring mechanical wizard." Eli's eyes lit up. Sure enough, she has a relationship with Gray, and the relationship is still very close. Then what is this? Eli looked at the key. Hearing Eli's question, Dylan handed the key to Eli directly, and then smiled. "Master Eli, have you ever opened a wizard tower the size of a planet?" Chapter 488. Hiss. Eli gasped. He looked at Dylan, then at the key in his hand, pursed his lips, and said in disbelief, "You won't tell me that this is the key to Wizard Gray's tower?" "Yet." Dylan nodded affirmatively. Eli's mouth twitched. "Good guy, I just came here to find clues, but I just came here with a key." Eli was a little surprised by this development. When Eli was the god, Dylan also told his story. "At the end of that battle, the teacher gave me the key and sent me away from the battlefield, but the impact of the battlefield was much greater than I imagined. I was greatly polluted, and finally had to abandon the mechanical body, replacing this mechanical body. But in order to preserve the information and prevent me from being affected again, I still sent myself to the west coast, and let the dark wizards before leaving cut off my memory to avoid pollution." "Pollution, is that Xeon so terrible?" Eli didn't ask for the key, but changed the subject instead. "Yes." Dylan nodded bitterly, and then said, "I'm just on the edge of the battlefield, and I haven't even touched that strong man. Even I am a mechanical body, but I have been polluted, so I have to abandon my body, even my body. About that part of the memory, so my previous memory is so incomplete. On the edge, did not participate in the war, polluted the mechanical body, and gave up the memory. It seems that this dark cursed civilization is more dangerous than he imagined." "Well, it seems that you have experienced more than I thought." Eli nodded, turned his gaze back to the key, and said, "Tell me about this key." "My lord, I have already told you the origin of the key, and the function of this key is to perceive the specific location of Wizard Gray's tower and obtain the final authority." Dylan explained. "What do you mean, we can enter there now?" Eli asked curiously. "Of course." Dylan nodded, and said, "But my lord, you have to think about it. Once it is activated, if it is still in the wizard world, then the wizard tower will definitely respond, and even all creatures will see it. There are many mechanical creations left behind, including powerful mechanical life, and it is important that the adults at least need to go to the center and then insert the key to gain permission. These are still in the situation where the wizard's tower is still there. Although the teacher gave me the key, no one knows what happened in that war, and whether the wizard's tower is still there in the end, and whether it is still in the wizarding world. Having said so much, do you still want to open it?" The more he listened, the frown became tighter, and finally Eli shook his head. "It's okay if it's not there, if it's here, isn't it a barbecue when it's opened? Exposing the wizard's tower will definitely attract the attention of many forces, it is not in line with his character, and it must be dangerous to enter it, so go to hell with him. Forget it, let's talk about it later." Eli said regretfully. "Okay, my lord, Please keep the key. Dylan smiled and handed the key to Eli. He knew very well that Eli would make such a decision. My lord is really stable. Eli didn't refuse either, took it over, and took it into his body. Take this thing with you. Oh, right. What? Eli asked suspiciously. The legend left over now is true. With the power of that wizard tower, it is really enough to rule the world today. Dylan chuckled and said seductively. Then wait for later. Eli smiled. His will to resist temptation is strong enough, his life is more precious than anything else. Time flies. After 3 months. Although the discovery of Dylan's identity and the clues to the wizard's tower are of great significance, the impact is quite limited. After all, they are all secret, and the insiders are Eli, Nicholas, and Dylan. This is more like a hope for the future than the present. Of course, it's not that there have been major incidents these days, but it seems that there have been some conflicts and disputes between the Camise family and other families within the Warlock Alliance, which led to the cancellation of the assistance to Eli. Secretly learned from Jinji, it seems to be related to the ruins. It was also at this time that Eli suddenly found out about the specifics of the Eastern Domain ruins, and he was shocked. So he immediately asked Dylan. Yes, that should be my senior brother and Gray's son. I was the last teacher to give me the key, but maybe the teacher made preparations before. Dylan replied after thinking for a while. Hearing this, Eli felt urgent. If they found out the location of the wizard tower, or some news about Dylan, it would be very bad news for them. Eli and Dylan looked at each other, as if they saw a problem. Eli, you can give me all those mechanical creations. I used to be a 4th ring, but in fact I am half a 5th ring. As long as I have enough materials in a body, I can restore my former strength. I think I need more stronger. Dylan said. Good. Eli nodded. Eli, you have to hurry up and become stronger, and advance to the 5th ring as soon as possible. After the 5th ring, maybe we can go to get the wizard's tower. Dylan also became anxious at this time. Eli didn't answer, but his eyes became deeper and deeper. It seems that I have to collect how to quickly advance to the 5th ring in the future. The current situation really gave him a sense of urgency. Soon, he began to read the information and began to collect resources to advance to the 5th ring through various channels, but he was soon disappointed, because there is almost no special fast way to understand the law, and it takes time. Anyone who breaks through the 5th ring quickly has a deep understanding of the law. Although Eli has a deep understanding, but he has just been promoted after all, and it is a bit impossible to directly break through. It seems that this matter still needs to be considered in the long term. Maybe we can try a lot of law power to fully reveal the shadow rules, and then. Eli thought, this is the best way he could think of. So be it. Eli immediately decided to take action, but when he just entered the wizard tower, his footsteps stopped suddenly, and his brows gradually frowned. A few seconds later, he pursed his lips, then calmly said. A little trouble, but also an opportunity for me. Maybe we can find an opportunity and a way to make a breakthrough. The next second, Eli closed his eyes, then opened them again. As soon as the picture turned, he had arrived in an exquisite palace, and he was wearing a large wizard robe, sitting on the throne in the center. He turned his head to look to one side, and Erwin smiled at him. Looking down, the moon elf priest lowered his head and said respectfully, Master Roland, because of the war with the Bloodline Tower, other alien races were affected. In the core area, besides the Dragon Clan, there is also the Dwarf Clan. The other 3 core races, the Luna Toad Clan, the Sunbird Clan, and the Blood Moon Demon Tiger Clan have united and decided to crusade against the Lord, and they are already on their way. Good. Eli smiled, which was what had delayed him just now. The continuous conflicts and changes finally let the Greenfield aliens understand their situation, and the choice they made was to fight Roland to the death. A battle decides everything. Hopefully they can surprise me with something. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. As a race in the core area, once the core servants of the wizards, their treasury might have what he needed. And the Greenfield should also be unified. Chapter 489. The alien race in the forest was much faster than Eli imagined. 3 days later. In the core area of the Greenfield, a ray of light rose from 3 directions at the same time. A huge toad with silver lines branded all over its body exudes silver light, like a bright moon, and a huge firebird with 3 huge tassel-like tail feathers behind it, like a big sun, and at the end is a huge giant tiger exuding a bloody evil spirit. The three of them are extremely huge, each of them is at least 1,000 meters in size, and the aura exuding from their bodies is no weaker than that of the Dragon King Giovanni, and even winds faintly. The three are the strongest creatures of the Luna Toad clan, the Sun Bird, and the Blood Moon Demon Tiger. The three figures spread across the sky like gods, dyeing the sky in three colors. The huge figures and unique aura shocked the whole green field, and even scared them. After seeing only three figures leave their respective places, they flew straight towards the elves. The goal is clear and there is no stopping. Their goal is very clear, it is Roland. Countless alien races just watched the three alien kings leave. Feather Clan. Countless Uran hid in the tree holes and shivered. Each of the three alien kings is the most extreme powerhouse of the fourth ring. Can Roland really resist? King Yu stood under a big tree, and felt his heart tighten when he looked at the three figures. Everyone knows that Roland is very strong, but can he defeat the three alien kings? And these three races are not simple, each one is a foreign race with strong bloodlines, and the bloodline level exceeds the fourth level existence. Although there is no fifth ring, the combat power is different from ordinary 5 rings. I hope. He prayed silently. I hope he's dead. Dragon King Giovanni closed his eyes. He was loyal to Eli and was an undercover agent in the green field. He naturally wanted Roland to die. Hey, let's fight, I don't believe that the Wizarding Alliance is back. The Dwarf King laughed, and put down the 1-meter-high wine glass, shaking the wine inside. Not only them, but with the rise of the three figures, all the alien races stopped their eyes and looked towards the sky, looking at the three figures that looked like gods. Facing the powerful ancient alien race, they felt worried for the first time. After all, they don't know about Eli's achievements in the human race. It's useless to know, because that's Eli, so what's the matter with Roland? At this time outside the elf temple, many elven priests stood behind, looking at Alwyn and Eli in front. My lord, the three alien kings are here, and they will arrive in half an hour at the most. How should we face my lord? Alwyn said with a sad expression, looking at Eli next to him. Don't worry, half an hour ago, in order to avoid accidents, the main body gave me a weapon. Eli waved his hand, and then took out a pale golden longbow. This is... The eyes of the priests behind Ai Erwin and Wen, as elves, they are naturally not unfamiliar with longbows, and the bow and arrow in front of them may be scary high level, at least the level of 5 rings. But, do you rely on this, sir? Erwin hesitated. At this time, Eli had already pulled the longbow. The pale golden longbow was held by Eli and moved forward. Behind him, the pale golden power of faith erupted in an instant. The bright light even made everyone take a step back, and there were bursts of storms around him. Eli puts on the bowstring with his hand, and the bowstring made by someone who doesn't know is gradually pulled up, and at this time, 3 pale golden bows and arrows appear on the line where there are no bows and arrows. Deadly, deadly. Everyone took another step back in unison, a look of horror flashed in their eyes. Your Excellency, just pulling the bow now makes me feel life-threatening. How strong is your Excellency now? Elwyn couldn't believe it. The others also looked at each other in blank dismay. Only then did they realize that they still underestimated the strength of the adults. At this time, the string is full moon. The golden light of faith wrapped around Eli, only to see Eli let go of his hand with a soft drink, and 3 rays of light bloomed in an instant. Yunlang thought at first. The 3 beams of light in the sky are like plowing the soil, and there are black cracks in the space, and the light of the surrounding golden light is even more brilliant under the reflection. In an instant, the golden light disappeared from everyone's eyes, and then the troops were divided into 3 groups. At this time, the 3 alien kings were advancing, and countless alien races on the ground were also tremblingly watching. Suddenly, the 3 sides of the alien race raised their heads and looked towards the opposite of the alien king. At the end of the field of vision, a golden light was extremely brilliant, and within the golden light, there was an arrow-like light, and as the distance approached, the arrow light became bigger and bigger. What is that? How is this possible? The distance is so far, I even feel the threat of death. That direction, wouldn't it be Roland? Countless aliens stared blankly at this scene, at the arrow that pierced the sky. And their goal is the coming alien king. What will happen? At this moment, everyone looked at the sky, but their eyes didn't blink. At this time, the alien kings of the 3 parties also made moves. The Luna Toad let out a terrifying croaking sound, and a silver light in its mouth flew towards the sword light. The temperature within a few kilometers around instantly dropped and turned into extreme cold, while boundless flames rose around the sunbird, speeding up and flying towards Jianguang. The blood moon demon tiger also roared, and then galloped towards Jianguang. Facing the provocation, the three kings made the same choice. Attack, attack, attack! The next moment, almost at the same time, the three attacks collided. The entire green field was instantly illuminated by these three rays of light. Countless aliens looked up, but they couldn't see the white light in front of them, but then a golden light appeared in the white light, and then bloomed. Then, I heard three simultaneous wailing sounds from me. As the boundless blood mist rose, the white light gradually dispersed. Countless aliens raised their heads and stared at the sky blankly. The huge body of the alien king was still entrenched in the sky, but a golden light penetrated the three, and the countless blood mist came from it. Moreover, the bodies of the three alien kings were immobilized, and they could not move. They could only wail incessantly, and there seemed to be wailing like begging for mercy. It's over? How is this possible? Just kidding. This is a failure, they seem to be crying for mercy. The aliens stared blankly at the sky, the shock in their eyes seemed to freeze. No one could believe that the battle that was supposed to be a big battle ended like this. Giovanni, who heard the wailing everywhere, suddenly raised his head, looked at the three battlefields, and his amber eyes flickered suddenly. How is it possible, it's over like this? Damn it, it's over. Could it be that this is another powerful person like Eli? If the three die, it's over. I should have agreed to their invitation if I knew it. No, if I joined, I'm afraid I have to die too. No, I have to ask the adults for help immediately, this green field can't wait anymore. He got up anxiously, ready to ask Eli for help. Greenfield can't wait. Click. The wine glass fell again. The corner of the dwarf king's mouth twitched, and his eyes were even more frozen. No, no, so strong. He couldn't believe it. Even the adults of the Wizards' Union wouldn't be so outrageous. Damn, what if he finds me later? No, I will never surrender if he finds me, the dwarves would rather die than surrender. The dwarf king comforted himself almost in mourning. Countless people looked at the three alien kings. At this moment, the originally powerful siege seemed like a joke. Clown. In the next moment, only three figures were seen surrounded by golden light. While wailing, he moved towards the sky. Chapter 490. The sun shines in front of the temple. The corner of Erwin's mouth twitched and looked towards the forest not far away, where three huge figures were bound to the ground, blood still flowing from their bodies, falling down like a waterfall. It's over. She was a little sluggish, and seemed a little unbelievable. With one arrow, he defeated three alien kings. Lord Eli. She looked forward. At this time, Eli, who put away his longbow, was extremely calm, as if he had done a small thing, as if he felt his gaze. He turned his head and said, Erwin, I feel like sending someone to the territory of the three alien races, I am still waiting for what these races will gain. Okay. Erwin answered in a hurry, looking a little flustered. Soon the army of the elves set off. And the alien races who were originally attached to the three core races also understood the situation, and quickly turned back one by one. Compared with humans, the alien races care less about face, anyway, they just change their superiors. Even if the superior is a little special this time, they can still tell the difference compared to their lives. And the collections of many foreign races were quickly transported to the elves. Hey, there's nothing. Sitting on the seat in the elven temple, Eli sighed deeply, which made the many alien families sitting below tremble with fear, including the shrunken three alien kings. They didn't die at that time, and they chose to surrender directly afterwards, and now they are also under Eli's command, and the few of them huddled in a corner at this time, without saying a word. My lord, what exactly do you want? Compared with those resources, maybe we can know something. At this moment, Alwyn, who was sitting on the side, said, feeling a little anxious. Yes, my lord, just talk about it. Other alien races also spoke one after another. I need a way to quickly break through the fifth ring. Eli didn't hide anything, and looked directly at the aliens present, hoping they could give an answer. Recently, the conflict between the Kami's family and the Warlock Alliance has been raging. For the first time, Eli feels that his strength is not enough and needs to be improved. Silence, deathly silence. As soon as Eli finished speaking, Everyone lowered their heads. Well, let the grown-ups worry about it themselves. They really can't help it. Fifth ring, breaking through the fifth ring? This is not something they should consider. Why? Eli sighed again. Originally, I hoped that Liu Yi would gain something here. Looks like it's over. Can only rely on boil time. My lord, maybe I have a way. Eli immediately raised her head to look at the flame bird in the corner. At this time, she raised one wing and said timidly. You have a way. Eli looked at it, with a flash of expectation. My lord, it's actually a bad idea. Seeing her eyes turn, Flame Bird suddenly felt a little regretful, but seeing Eli's burning eyes, she still bit her edge and said, My lord, there is no shortcut to comprehend the rules. Yes, it only depends on time. Disappointment. Eli was a little disappointed. But Flame Bird took a deep breath and said, if you really want to break through in the outside for a short time, there is still hope, as long as you go to other worlds. Outside? Other worlds? Eli asked, interrupting her. Yes. She nodded, and then continued, the outside world is our place, but my lord, the flow of time in some worlds may be different from ours here. Oh. Eli suddenly realized. Yes, how could he be restricted by himself? It's not that the flow of time is the same everywhere, he can go to the fast place to improve, and then come back, it's not good, why does he have to stay here? But soon his expression collapsed again. Now that the world is blocked, he can't get out. No, do you know where the flow of time is different? Suddenly, Eli thought of the flame bird who made the suggestion. If he was not sure, would he bring it up? Yes, sir. The flame bird's throat moved slightly, facing Eli always made her feel a sense of fear. She took a deep breath and said. I don't really know of such a place in the wizarding world, but outside of the wizarding world, I know of a fragment of a medium-sized world. It contains a part of the time rules, and the flow speed there is completely different from the outside world. I have entered the edge area, and the time flow speed in some places has reached 10 times the normal speed, and it is even higher inside. Boom! It was the sound of Eli standing up. He looked at the flame bird with burning eyes. Are you sure? Eli asked. This time he was really surprised. He never thought that there would be such a harvest this time. To be honest, he can also speed up time, but it's speeding up the surroundings, and it can't affect himself. Otherwise, he would have done it a long time ago, but if it is natural, he has never encountered it so far. This shocked him so much. Flamingo was also taken aback by Eli's reaction, and even wondered if he really made any good suggestions. Isn't it the speed of time? Don't you still have to consume life? And it's still in a space where birds don't shit, it's too boring, it's better to improve in the wizarding world honestly, after all, life is limited. Take me there. And Eli didn't pay attention, just said his plan. He didn't expect that this time it would actually pay off. Hope not to disappoint him. After one day, a golden light rose into the sky, passed through the atmosphere of the wizarding world, and entered outer space. Among them, red leads the way, and gold follows behind. After another half a day, they arrived at their destination. In a group of world fragments. Is this right here? Eli stood in the void, looking forward. Among the clusters of world fragments in front, one world fragment is particularly conspicuous. It is about dozens of times the size of other world fragments, and it exudes a silver-white light. Dreamy. My lord, this is it. Flamingo looked at the fragment and said. Then go in. Eli nodded. He came here as a clone this time, so let's test it first. This won't work, my lord has to wait for those timelines to disperse. Don't underestimate those things. You may lose tens to hundreds of lives if you touch them. And if you enter them, there are also them, but not here. There are so many. Flame Bird said with lingering fear, obviously he had some troubles here. Okay. Eli's eyes lit up, but his face remained calm. A few minutes later, with the appearance of the thread of time, a small mouth with a height of one person appeared. Eli and the flame bird looked at each other, and then flew in. Thump! There was a sound as if entering water, and Eli opened his eyes again. You can see a large area as beautiful as a starry sky, but between these areas, there are silver threads all over them. They fall like lightning bolts. The more you go into the starry sky, the more timeline lightning, as for the center, it is almost a vast expanse of whiteness. The two of them were on the edge right now, and occasionally one or two silk threads would fall from the sky. "My lord, you can feel it," the flame bird said cautiously from the side. "Feeling?" Eli nodded. The surrounding air was extremely thick, but it also made him discover a little difference here. The time flow rate ratio of the place where they are in front of them is roughly 2, that is to say, the 2 days is equivalent to 1 day outside. "My lord, the further you go in, the faster the flow of time, but the denser the lightning in the timeline, and the greater the loss of vitality. Last time I went as deep as 5 times, I stayed for a while, and lost about 50 times. Years of life. It's not me saying, sir, this is really not a place for cultivation, I regret it a bit." The flame bird escaped a timeline lightning, and then regretted it. "Indeed." Eli nodded, "the place in front of him is indeed not suitable for cultivation. Maybe you are meditating, and you don't even know that you are dead. But that's for others. It's a good place for him. The natural barrier here is doomed that there will be no creatures coming in here, and it can also give him time to improve quickly. The main thing is that he can go deeper, and the speed of time there will definitely surprise him. Let's go, get out of here." Eli nodded, and then said, "Go, okay, let's leave now." The flame bird was stunned when he heard the departure, and then nodded quickly. Even she didn't want to stay in this place. "But I don't know if it's a matter of luck, I only saw that just after she finished speaking, a timeline lightning quickly hit her, and the flame bird's fur quickly faded a little, and then it let out a wail." "How many years?" Eli asked curiously. "Woohoo!" Flamingo cried and said, "Bad luck, 60 years, my lord, let's get out of here quickly." "Ha ha ha ha, let's go." Eli laughed. The two quickly left the fragment of the world, and then turned into 2 rays of light and returned towards the wizarding world. Half a day later, the two returned to the elven temple, and Alwyn, who had been waiting for a long time, came up. Before she could speak, Eli waved his hand and strode in. "Forget it, let's take it easy, dogs don't go to places like time fragments." "N." Alwyn nodded, and then watched the temple slowly close. "It's over." She pursed her lips and sighed, knowing that the adults finally decided to put away their thoughts. The other side. Greenland. Eli was sorting out the things he needed for this trip. "Eli, where are you going?" Dylan, who just arrived, asked. "Right." Eli grinned. "Go where no dog goes." Chapter 491. Dogs don't even go. I'm not a dog, so I go, it's reasonable. In the starry sky, Eli pursed his lips as he looked at the fragments of the world in front of him. A day later, he came back again. Naturally, he couldn't miss such a good place. After all, this is his best hope to see a rapid improvement. Of course, the avatar can't get in. After all, the avatar of faith does not have eternal life, and it may collapse directly after being hacked a few times. I still have to come. Not to mention, he was determined to break through the 5th ring this time. He even brought the Law of Shadows with him, as well as decades of resources, leaving only one clone in the Green Land. In this case, let's go in. Eli took a deep breath and flew directly towards the entrance. There is no waiting for the timeline to dissipate, just rush in. Clap clap. Numerous timelines flicker on Eli's body. The loss of lifespan of tens or hundreds is too common for Eli, and he doesn't even need to get used to it. Entering the time shards again, Eli's feelings are complicated, but he feels the consumption of time around him, which makes him happy, and he sees the hope of a breakthrough. But here is not enough. Eli pursed his lips, and then strode towards the interior of the starry sky. Twice as meaningless to him, at least dozens of times as meaningful. Eli's pace is unhurried, and the surrounding timeline blooms. The timeline lightning, which ordinary warlocks can't avoid, is ordinary to him, and it even makes him feel like coming home. This place, hiding here, who the hell dares to come in? And as it goes deeper, the surrounding time flows faster and faster. Double. 3 times. 10 times. 20 times. When the time flow rate reached 20 times, Eli felt the limit. It also takes time for his body's vitality to recover. Although the speed is ridiculously fast, the continuous consumption here still makes him a little uncomfortable. He could still go in, but it was pointless. What he needs is cultivation, but if he goes further, he may not be able to ignore the thunderstorm in the timeline outside and practice with peace of mind. 20 times here, it happens to be a more comfortable distance for him. Ordinary. Eli sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. The spirit also gradually sank. This time his purpose is simple. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. The new calendar is 4,795 years. Eli entered the time fragments. In the same year, 4/5 of the green field had been under Eli's command. Only the dwarves refused to join. Eli let them develop after thinking about it. The dragons still didn't know that Roland and Eli were one, and they were trembling all day long. Because of the relics incident, the Camise family discovered that Floras, one of the 6 major families, had planted a large number of spies in the family with evil intentions. So, by mistake, the war broke out. The war between the 2 great families ignited the world, and the eyes of the world were all focused on the central region. The news of the unification of the western region by the Bloodline Tower at this time was suppressed a lot. The new calendar is 4,895 years. The war between the 2 top families is still in full swing. The impact of this 5-year war on the world has shocked everyone. This year, the 5 rings of the 2 major families shocked the world. It is said that the land of thousands of miles has been turned into nothingness. It was rare for Eli to leave the time fragment that day. Although he did not see the scene of the war, even the ruins of the battlefield made Eli feel a crisis. This year, Eli has spent 60 years in the secret realm. The seed of the law is about to move, and the understanding of the law is getting deeper and deeper at this time. But it is still far away from breaking through the 5th ring. The secret realm is 200 years old, and the outside world has only passed 10 years. The new calendar is 4,910 years. Under the adjustment of the Warlock Alliance, the 2 families finally stopped the war and began to lick their wounds and recover their vitality. But 2 big things happened this year. One is the most northern part of the Northern Territory, the Lich Tower was shot, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land were completely transformed, and hundreds of thousands of warlocks were transformed into Lich. The world was shocked. The second is that the sea race in the southern region controlled the tsunami and turned thousands of miles in the southern region into a vast ocean, killing and injuring millions of human beings, and it was the deep sea race that did this. The Warlock Alliance was furious, but also terrified and terrified. Because the Deep Sea tribe has the spare power to involve the land, it means that the war of the sea tribe in the deep sea has most likely come to an end, and the chaos of the sea tribe that has been maintained for more than 1,000 years may have gained a preliminary order again. The stable order of the Sea Clan is not a good thing for the Warlock Alliance. And there's another thing that bothers them. That is, more alien races in the green field have joined Roland's command, and although their opponent Eli has been actively participating in the war with the green field for many years, it seems to work. That is, there are always victories, but a balance is always maintained. They wanted to intervene, but this time they were distracted by the Lich Tower and the Sea Clan, so they had no energy left to attack the less important green field. After all, Roland seemed quite honest. In short, at this 10-year node, it is really eventful. But the turmoil in the outside world has no effect on Eli. In time fragments, the timeline around Eli exploded, but he didn't seem to see it. On the contrary, his consciousness was still immersed in the true spirit. The power of the true spirit hanging high in the space of consciousness burns like a great sun, emitting infinite light and heat, but between the great suns, the black shadow law seeds absorb the power of the true spirit. Compared with 300 years ago, the seed of law at this time is almost several times larger, and the color is deeper, and the engulfing power wrapped around it is also stronger, just like a small black hole. It's almost time. Eli watched all this calmly. 300 years of comprehension, plus nearly 3,000 years of time, made him comprehend the law faster than expected, and he has reached his limit at this time. At this time, he is much stronger than he was 300 years ago. In his eyes, those of the same level are no different from ants, but what is the significance of that? No matter how strong the 4th ring is, it is still the 4th ring, unless it is the 5th ring. Eli's eyes were extremely firm, as if there were 2 sharp swords in his eyes. Get ready to break through. Eli took a deep breath and took out 3 space rings. One contains tens of millions of magic stones, one contains colorful medulla, and the other contains nearly 10 million units of high-level soul crystals. The former comes from the Tower of Bloodline, while the latter 2 are from Nero. This is all the resources he wants to break through, and it is enough. The natural barrier of the time secret realm, as well as the secrecy here itself, are also the best places for me to break through. Eli slowly got up and went deeper. The more dangerous it is, the safer it is for him. In the end he stopped at 30 times the speed of time. 1 year later. Eli, who had been adjusted for 30 years, opened his eyes, with an incomparably bright light blooming in his eyes, and the boundless true spirit sun in his consciousness was burning, emitting an unprecedented fiery light. Breakthrough. Eli took a deep breath, and the breath burst out suddenly. Like mountains and seas. Chapter 492. Boom. Like a mountain and sea, the momentum spread out, and the eternal true spirit sun began to sag inward slowly, while the law seed became more and more bright, as if something was brewing in it. Eli's consciousness sank into his heart, feeling the changes. At this time, the law seed is like a black hole, absorbing all the accumulation of all the 4 rings in the past, and even the power of blood can be faintly contained in it, and the power of the true spirit is also rushing in. Advancement to the 5th ring is a process of leaping from the previous foundation. And in the end, it is the seed of law that grows continuously, and finally grows the seedling of the tree of law. Therefore, among the 5 rings and 6 environments, the first level is called the germination realm, also known as the germination wizard. However, if I absorb such a large amount, my body and soul will not be able to bear it. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly as he evaluated his situation. The next second, Eli opened his eyes. The other 2 space rings were opened, and countless soul crystals and magic stones were instantly distributed around Eli like a bright galaxy and started to burn at the same time. The infinite power of the soul burns brightly, and the speed of the sun's depression in the body accelerates, but the pressure on the body and soul also increases instantly. In response, Eli opens another ring. The colorful medulla was swallowed by Eli in one gulp. In an instant, there seemed to be a layer of film in the depths of Eli's soul and body, which protected him from the pain of the depression of the true spirit. The breakthrough continues. Everything is normal. Eli watched the process calmly. In order to advance to the 5th ring, he has adjusted for 30 years, taking all kinds of situations into consideration, and then he just needs to wait quietly for the true spirit to be completely consumed, and then the seed of the true spirit will hatch. With his accumulation, there can be no surprises in this step. Soon, the flames of the true spirit burning around the great spirit sun disappeared little by little, the illusory great sun also began to dim, and the seed of law also began to tremble slightly, opening a little mouth. Eli felt the breath of shadows from it. If there is no problem, his tree of law should be the tree of shadow with the law of shadow as the backbone. There should be no problem. Wait, what is this light? Suddenly, Eli felt something was wrong. He felt a little white glow in the mental space. As if realizing something, he looked directly towards a corner, and looked at the white beam of light that had always existed with a low sense of existence, and it was emitting a dazzling white light at this time. This. Eli's eyes widened. Fucked him when he was promoted to true spirit, but now? In the next second, he only saw that the white light became brighter, and at the same time, some changes began to take place in his law seed, and a translucent breath began to brew in it. Even with this change, Eli could feel the sudden change of the external environment. The originally sparse timeline lightning seemed to find a target. Hundreds of thunderbolts appeared at the same time and hit Eli's body. Barbecue. Eli was shocked. So much, can he resist? But what he didn't expect was that these rays of light didn't affect him, instead they swarmed into his body, and then all of his brains got into the seed of law, and the originally weak breath of time rose instantly. At this moment, Eli was numb. As we all know, a tree of laws is brewing in a law, so what is his situation? Will 2 trees of laws grow? That's awesome. And he is also facing a new problem, 1 more law, which means that the burning speed of magic stones and soul crystals is also rapidly accelerating, and it can consume hundreds of thousands of them in almost a second. Burning soul crystals or magic stones are definitely not enough. Forget it, stud. Eli cursed, and took out more magic stones, even all kinds of magic stones or those that can restore the body. Everything started to burn, and Eli fought hard. Let it burn. With a lot of resources burned, Eli felt that the process was accelerating again. A full day. Almost everything that could be burned in Eli's space ring was burned up, and the accumulation of thousands of years was almost exhausted in this day, but he didn't feel any heartache, and he felt a burst of happiness. Just right. Eli looked haggardly at his body. At this time, the existing gap in the law was opening little by little. At the same time, a small tree gradually emerged from the law, exuding unique power. It was a strange little tree, the rhizomes were derived from the branches, rooted in the spiritual space, and the main trunk was bare, but what was unique was that after extending for a short distance, the decimal suddenly turned into two branches, one side is like a transparent crystal, and one side is a deep black shadow. This is Eli's law tree. This proves that Eli has finally made a breakthrough. 5 rings. But there are still 2 branches, so I finally broke through to the 5th ring with the law and shadow. Eli stared at the small tree with twitching corners of his mouth. Although his body instinct told him that he had succeeded, he felt unreal for a while. A normal rule tree has 1 branch, but it has 2. Is this a rule twin tree? But Eli didn't have any other emotions. Anyway, since the 2nd ring, he has not been promoted normally, and it is normal to have some accidents. The most urgent thing is to check the changes after the promotion. The first is strength. The strength remains unchanged, but it can be turned into the power of rules. Compared with the power of the true spirit, it has changed again. It is completely 2 levels from the 4 rings, and it may be dozens of times higher. There is also the evolution of the rules, which also makes my devouring more powerful, and can even swallow other people's power. There are many new abilities. Eli felt more and more frightened as he felt the changes in his body carefully. Whether it is strength or level, it is a different concept from the half-step 5 rings. And he discovered that he has a new ability in the law of time. Time flows backwards. Eli pursed his lips, a little surprised. If the essence of the time domain is to speed up or slow down time, but the essence of time is still moving forward, but the reverse flow of time ability is a bit outrageous, it can make time reverse and flow back. Sharp. Eli sighed deeply, the sudden change brought him more benefits, even stronger than the normal 5 rings, after all, he has one more kind. However, I still need to master these powers. After all, I have just advanced, and I am only at the 1st level of the law. Maybe I can stay here until I am stronger before going out. Eli pursed his lips, thought. The 5th ring, different from the 4th ring, is divided into 6 levels, namely the germination environment, the divine tree environment, the 1000-leaf environment, the 1000-flower environment, the fruit of the law environment, and the death environment. The reason comes from the tree of law growth, and compared to the 4 rings, each level may be larger due to the growth of the tree of laws. Each level is a class leap. What Eli thinks is that he can grow silently here for hundreds of years, and then show up when he breaks through stronger. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? At first I thought about going out to find Wuhuan to fight, but now it seems that I'm still developing silently. It will be safer to go out when I get stronger. As a firm bully Eli, naturally he wouldn't be so reckless to go to Wuhuan to fight for his life. Let's wait for him to be stronger. Thinking of this, Eli opened his eyes, looked around, and walked deeper into the time fragments. Now that he has 5 rings, he can bear it even stronger. Eventually he stopped at 100 times. The blessing of time rules made him more adaptable to time. Snapped. Eli sat down and began to comprehend the rules. Chapter 493. And while Eli was meditating, what he didn't know was that with his advancement, the strongest players in the world have also noticed this change. On the outer layer of the wizard world, in some hidden spaces, warlocks opened their eyes one by one. The power of rules, someone has advanced to the 5th ring, I don't know which family it belongs to, send someone to investigate. It's been a long time since I saw someone advance. I don't know if it will have any impact on the world. I feel like calling the family to let them pay attention. I hope it belongs to human beings, not to the Sea clan, or there will be troubles in the future. Send someone to investigate. All the old faces opened their eyes with different expressions. To advance to the 5th ring means to truly stand at the top of the world today. Everyone is a great powerhouse, and there may be some changes in the situation. So it is very important to know who this person is. So, under the orders of all the ancestors, all forces started to move, even the Warlock Alliance was no exception. In other words, most of these old guys belonged to the Warlock Alliance. But after a full month, still nothing. So they all sighed, and then told their backs to pay attention at all times. Far north. The Lich King also woke up from the wizard tower, but at this time he was frowning. The breath of the 5 rings, I hope it won't affect me. As for the faction that is currently fighting against the Warlock Alliance, their strength needless to say. Although advancing to the fifth ring will definitely have a huge impact, what makes him frown is another matter. But this breath, why does it feel a little familiar? There was a rare look of confusion in his eyes. Deep sea. One after another, the kings of the deep sea woke up and looked at the land with a trace of fear in their eyes. Did humans give birth to another 5 rings? That's really troublesome. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, what about the 5 rings, in the future we will turn this world into a piece of blue, the world belongs to us. The kings of the deep sea communicated one after another, and soon disconnected again. Just a moment of breakthrough, let Eli enter the field of vision of the top of the world. Although it has not been exposed, countless eyes have focused on it. Eli didn't know this. At this time, he was still immersed in the fragments of time. Meditate, meditate, meditate. The bright timeline lightning is crackling, and the shadow rules are also carried by him, which makes his understanding of the rules begin to deepen rapidly, and the tree of rules begins to grow slowly. For Eli, this kind of retreat is like a family meal. 10 years after the outside world. With the power of rules flashing through the depths of the time shard, the entire time shard first flows endlessly, and then is covered by shadows like thick ink. After a full few days, it was all over. Deep in the debris, Eli took a deep breath and looked inside. Compared with the Tree of Rules 1,000 years ago, the Tree of Rules at this time is many times bigger. The once thin and small tree has changed greatly at this time. The thick roots are inserted into the void to continuously absorb strength and become strong. I don't know how much stronger my torso is than before. If the Tree of Rules used to be in the seedling stage, now the Tree of Rules has entered the growth stage and has the characteristics that a tree should have. Of course, the branches are still bare. Advanced to the second stage of the fifth ring, the wizard of the sacred tree is much stronger than before. Eli felt his strength. Thousands of years of lonely comprehension made him stronger. However, it's not enough. The Warlock Alliance and the Sea Clan must be more powerful. Eli put away his pride, and then entered the depths of the secret realm again. He is stronger and can withstand a stronger flow of time. 100 times. 110 times. 120 times. 150 times. In the end, he stopped at a position of 150 times the time flow speed, and then entered the state of meditation again. Compared with loneliness, he can endure it, and the feeling of becoming stronger is really comfortable. Time passed little by little. 10 years outside. In the bright timeline, Eli stretched his body, feeling the power of rules in his body that was already at the peak of the sacred tree, as well as the surging power of rules. It's almost done. Concentrate your consciousness in the avatar and go out for a walk. Eli knew that he would not be able to break through in a short time this time, so he was going to go out to relax. At this time. Central Domain, Khmes City. As the main city of the Khmes family in the Warlock Alliance, Khmes City is the core city in the western part of the central region. Millions of warlocks come and go every day, and it is very lively. But at this time, in the core of the city, there is a tall white tower. In a room, silence and lowness buried this place. The room is not big, and there are not many warlocks in it, only 3 of them. Isaac was sitting on a chair, and in front of him were 2 warlocks wearing black warlock robes with their heads bowed. My lord, it has been found out so far. The matter about the Wizard Tower seems to have nothing to do with the other families of the Warlock Alliance. With the help of the war that your lord specially set off, we took advantage of the chaos to collect enough information to finally confirm the ruins. It should have fallen into the hands of Eli in the end. A black-robed warlock bowed his head and said, they were the 2 from decades ago, and they were also Isaac's confidants. It turned out to be Eli. Isaac narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After wasting so much effort, it can be said to have been found. And over the years, they secretly cracked that file and knew more. Compared with that son, this one named Dylan seemed to follow Gray to the battlefield in the end. But he's back again, which is weird. So they concluded that there was definitely something in this man. But it's Eli. He pursed his lips. The existence of invincibility under the 5th ring is only food delivery in the 4th ring, or it can only be shot by the 5th ring. Their family has it at this level, but there is no reason now, how can they make a move? After all, this matter should be kept secret. Well. For a while, he fell into thinking. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and said, since we can't do it, let's ask the god of death from the hand of death to do it. Oh, death! The only 5-ring killer in the mainland, the Germanation warlock. The two were taken aback. Then what reward do we get, my lord? After all, it's 5 rings. A warlock asked. Hey, even though the Reaper's Hand is the #1 killer organization in mainland China, and the second death mandala has no 5 rings, it has already threatened their status. It is said that they have been looking for Mia recently. I know she has been in the western regions. I will provide a location for him to help me kill Eli, not to mention he once owed me a favor. Isaac showed a cruel smile. If they don't do it, it doesn't mean they have no other means. As for Eli, Zhejiang means Siwan is invincible, and it is absolutely impossible to survive under Wuhuan. Yes. The two nodded in unison. 3 days later. Greenland. Eli opened his eyes and stood up. Walking out of the wizard's tower, looking at the vibrant environment outside and the warm sunshine, I felt a burst of relief. Not far away, Nicholas, who had advanced to the half-step 5th ring, closed his eyes, and Hydra, who was also half-step 5th ring, also closed his eyes. No exception, no matter how far away, it is Dylan at the peak of Yaori. Occupying the resources of a domain, several people have also crossed the previous realm one after another. Of course, Dylan was originally at this level, but Eli gave the conditions. The 3 in the distance were a little surprised to see Eli, because Eli had been in seclusion for decades, and he was finally willing to come out, but it was nothing. For wizards of this level, decades are nothing. So a few people were just doing their own things. Comfortable. Eli squinted slightly, enjoying the most ordinary but most precious everything. At the same time, a black shadow appeared outside the greenery. Cold eyes looked at Eli. Ready. Chapter 494. In the darkness, Danny Mori stood quietly outside the greenery, looking calmly at Eli coming out of the distance, with his brows slightly raised. Is this Eli? Why is it weaker than I thought? He thought. In recent years, the Death Mandala has developed rapidly, and it has even threatened their position. In order to ensure their status, their forces have recently tried their best to encircle the Death Mandala, and the results have been very good. Nearly 1/3 of the high-level officials have been killed by them. Death, including several of Mia's cronies. The only Mia is missing, and he is also looking for it. It was not that Isaac came to the door, so he readily agreed. After all, although Eli had caused a lot of turmoil in the past few years, it was really nothing in the eyes of these characters, but they didn't need to get rid of him. However, the conditions given by Isaac are sufficient, and there are reasons for returning favors. Calculating the time, they should be besieging Mia. Hurry up and get rid of Eli before you can leave. He curled his lips and walked out of the darkness. Swaggeringly entered towards the green land, without any cover. That's right, in his opinion, the assassination is a bit too shameful against a half-step 5th ring. Get it directly. At this time, with his appearance, dozens of witch formations opened at the same time in the green land, and light curtains prevented him from advancing, but he just waved his hand lightly, and a breath of death gushed out, and the witch formations in front as if gradually turning grey, and then shattering like a mirror. Just like that, after a few seconds, he walked into the green land, and then walked towards Eli. The change at this time also attracted all the creatures in the land of greenery. Eli turned his head to look, his eyes narrowed for a moment. The person who came was wearing a black sorcerer's robe. There was a blood-colored hand painted on the sorcerer's robe. He looked like a middle-aged man. He was ordinary, and the only thing special was his eyes. Like the eyes of a dead fish, the eyes that see everything as a dead thing. How many people have to be killed? And most importantly, this person's aura has reached the 5th ring. Who are you? Eli didn't know this person. My name is Danny Mori. Those who are familiar with me call me Death's Hand, but I still prefer people to call me Death, which is more imposing, and my job is to kill people for people and do things with money. Danny looked at Eli with a smile and replied. At this time, Hydra, Nicholas, and Dylan had all arrived in front of Eli, staring at the man in front of him, and even Hill's countless tentacles stretched out. At this moment, everyone lost the ease they had just now. Because the person in front of them brought them a great sense of pressure. Even if it was tens of meters away, the aura of death that accompanied him almost made Nicholas's body cold. Hydra felt the crisis, and Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not like the half-step 5th ring. Nicholas said at this moment. Hiss. Who is it? Dylan's eyes flickered, and his body changed mechanically, as if he was ready to fight at any time. A half-step 5 ring undead life, one similar to elemental life, one is a high-level mechanical creation, and a big tree that has not yet reached the 4th ring, but the breath of life surprised me. It seems that I have a chance this time. Bonus. Danny ignored the words of several people, but observed them with ease. Especially when he turned his head and looked at the tall hill in the distance, his eyes lit up. The breath of life was so strong, even for him it was considered a precious thing. Feeling being completely ignored, the faces of several people became completely ugly. Hydra even made a neighing sound, his body continued to grow, and he moved forward faintly, ready to attack. But then a hand reached out and pulled it behind. This is the 5th ring, step back. Eli stood up calmly, making them back up. 5 rings. Confirmed the guess in their hearts, but their faces turned ugly all of a sudden. 5 rings, how come there are 5 rings? Nicholas looked at Eli who had already blocked them behind, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Dylan also looked at Eli worriedly. The 5th ring is not something that Eli can fight. Could it be that his memory is over as soon as he recovers? Then who will he rely on? Trademark, there is not a single wizard in the world now. Hey, I have some knowledge. Looking at Eli who came out, Danny smiled. Of course, but I'm still very curious, who is going to kill me? Curiosity flashed in Eli's eyes, and at the same time, the main body, which was far away in the time fragment, left the fragment and returned here quickly. He's just stalling now. Sorry, professional ethics. Facing the 4 rings, Danny was really relaxed. Then you are not very competent. I think the teacher who introduced you back then probably didn't teach you to fight the enemy head-on. Eli continued to delay. Indeed, but for Siwan, it doesn't matter how you kill, as long as you complete the goal. This time Danny nodded in agreement, but the killing intent in his eyes gradually came out. A grey breath came out, and the surrounding lawns began to wither and die one by one. Killing, or death? It seems that your law is related to death, not bad. Eli commented. You are a bit too much. Danny was a little angry. I am willing to accompany you to say a few words, but it does not mean that you can always be so unscrupulous. Forget it, we can't talk anymore, we have other things to do after we've settled it. With a wave of his hand, a grey mist appeared from Danny, flying directly towards Eli, and Eli wanted to resist, but the grey mist engulfed Eli, and he collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his strength. The real rules are not comparable to half-step 5 rings. Danny waved his hand, and Eli flew towards his hand, and then was entangled by more grey mist. His mission this time is not to kill, but to take away Eli. But the others are a bit interesting, so he decided to take them away too. The grey mist in his hand reappeared and rushed towards several people. At this time, everyone felt extremely terrified, especially their eyes widened when they saw Eli who was in a coma. No one thought that Eli would be surrendered like this. It's over. Nicholas was a little desperate. Who are these 5 rings? Hiss. Hydra was even more frantic. Seeing the restrained Eli, it rushed towards Danny while twisting its body, moving forward without hesitation. For Hydra, Eli is the first criterion. Snapped. But Danny just waved his hand, and Hydra's huge strength was directly slapped away by him, and even most of his body collapsed directly, leaving only a core and the upper part heavily smashed like a distant mountain wall. Boom! The rocks were dusty, and Hydra still did not give up. He squirmed his body, looked at Eli in the hands of Danny in the distance, and even prepared to stimulate the power in his core. Indifferent loyalty. Danny pouted. For him who stands at the top of the world's killers, he has seen too many similar scenes. He was a little moved once, but after seeing it, he just wanted to crush it. Wrapped in grey mist, he directly restrained several people, just like Eli, and then walked like Hill. He was very interested in the weird big tree at this moment, and prepared to dig it out. Crooked, it's a bit too much. A voice came from afar. Who? Danny froze for a moment, turned his head back, and saw not far away, a man in a red wizard robe was looking at him, who looked exactly like Eli in his hand. At this time, the bound Eli didn't know when it had collapsed, turning into countless light spots and flying towards the newly appeared Eli. A clone. Danny narrowed his eyes slightly. Isaac told him about it, but he didn't seem to care about it at the time. In addition, this avatar is also a half-step 5th ring, so he naturally felt that this was the real Eli. Now it seems that he almost made a mistake. Yet, it's a bit brave to dare to come out. He casually threw the bound people into the distance, then swung his sleeves and looked at Eli. Nicholas, who was thrown not far away, also stared wide-eyed. Is it a clone? When did it happen? But you shouldn't have come back, my lord. Nicholas was puzzled at first, and then looked pained. Relax. Eli waved his hand, looking at the warlock who should be in the budding stage in front of him. Danny was also a little angry when he saw the patrolling gaze again. In the next second, the grey mist rose and turned into a hand of death. All the plants along the way died quickly, and even the soil was corroded little by little. The power of rules is applied, and the simple application can also exert powerful power. Good. Eli commented. In the next second, a shadow gushed out from behind him, and rushed towards the giant hand, tearing it into countless pieces in an instant, and then the shadow flew towards Danny, also turning into a slap. Snapped. Before Danny could react, a huge force surged in. He flew directly towards the mountain wall on the side, stirring up countless smoke and dust, but he didn't suffer any harm, as if he was simply slapped. This is an insult. But, how could his death hand be broken? The fourth ring is absolutely impossible. Only rules can break the rules. This shows that the shadow just now is also a rule. Eli is the fifth ring? Danny slowly got up and looked at Eli in the distance, his contempt turned into caution. Are you a Germination warlock? He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. No. Eli shook his head. You're lying. You've definitely advanced to the fifth ring. Everyone has been fooled by you. It's great to pretend. Danny gritted his teeth, and the slap on his face was still burning. Are you ready? Eli just asked back. Looking at Hydra, who was almost dead in the distance, everyone who was injured, and the environment that was destroyed, this was the first time he made such a big mistake, and he was very angry. Ready? A trace of doubt flashed in Donnie's eyes. Eli narrowed his eyes gradually, and then said angrily. Prepare to die. Donnie's pupils dilated. Chapter 495. You're so arrogant, Eli. Danny was very angry at this time, not only because of Isaac's deception, but also because of the brazen guy in front of him. Even if you have just advanced to the fifth ring, where do you have the courage to keep me? He decided to teach Eli a lesson. A layer of grey mist poured out from his body, covering his body like a cloak, a thick breath of death lingered around his body, everything around him was rapidly corroding, and all the vitality around him was rapidly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of meters of land around him turned into a purgatory. Damn it! Eli's mouth twitched, this is his territory. Go out and fight! Eli shouted, and flew towards the mountains behind the valley. Danny took a look and followed directly, leaving everyone to look at each other. Wait, sir, is the 5 rings? At this moment, Nicholas, who was lying on the ground, questioned his soul, a little suspicious of life. Maybe. Dylan next door twitched. So close at hand, none of them knew when Eli broke through the 5th ring. On the contrary, Hydra, whose body was mostly broken not far away, showed joyful emotions. Silly snake! Nicholas cursed angrily, and hurried up to save Hydra. The other side. The two flew into a depth of tens of thousands of meters behind the mountains. Soon, Eli stopped, and a grey figure not far away slowly appeared, revealing the figure of Danny. At this time, there was a bloody dagger in his hand. Someone told me that you are a half-step 5 ring. It seems that the guy who was promoted a while ago is you. It is only 10 years now. This time is not even enough for the 5 ring to stabilize the rules. You can't be mine opponent. Danny looked at Eli calmly. Come on. Eli smiled. Okay, then I'll kill you. Danny narrowed his eyes slightly, but his figure gradually disappeared into the void and disappeared from Eli's vision. As an assassin, this is his usual method. Calm. Danny melted into the void, as if completely disappeared in this land. But the seemingly invisible killing intent told Danny that he was by his side, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time, so Eli did not hesitate, and the 5-ringed silver eye was activated. Since the promotion, the silver eye has become stronger and stronger. This powerful martial art, which is taboo even in the world of wizards, made it easy for Eli to see Donnie's figure. At this time, he was a few hundred meters directly in front of him, slowly approaching. Eli just watched him approach like this, as if he didn't feel it. Danny, who was hiding, noticed the change in Eli's eyes, but he didn't feel that he was discovered, and he still slowly approached Eli, reaching the position of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. This has come into attack range. Go to hell. The next moment, he exploded. At this moment, the cold rules of death condensed on the dagger, and the 100 meters came in an instant, and Danny launched the first fatal attack on Eli. Under the powerful rules, there is even an obvious gap in the space. But Eli, as if he had already sensed it, stepped back and avoided the attack. What? Danny's eyes flashed with astonishment. Looking at Eli passing by, the attack in his hand slid slightly, and the attack of the small dagger instantly turned into a death blade, sliding towards the ground. Boom! A deafening sound sounded, and a terrifying scar of several thousand meters appeared in the mountains in an instant, with a depth of tens of meters. Several mountains were directly split in half, and there was a strong death breath from the cracks. Within a kilometer or so, everything died quickly. The entire mountain range instantly became commotion, and countless creatures ran towards the distance, which was extremely spectacular, but most of them were infected with the breath of death, and their flesh and blood fell off as they ran, turning into dense white bones. Whether it is 0 ring or 4th ring, there is no difference. With one blow, the range of a kilometer in the mountain range turned into a hell of death. This was Wuhuan's blow. Although it looked ordinary, the power it contained was unambiguous at all. One miss and Nero was ready to run away. But how could Eli make him wish, with a wave of his hand? Infinite shadows appeared and covered Danny, emitting devouring power, and instantly a huge attraction emanated from it, pulling him out of the void. After that, the shadow entangled him directly. How can it be? Danny was taken aback, feeling the restraint around him. How could it be possible for a newly promoted 5 rings to pull him out of his concealment? You must know that this is his special skill, which once allowed him to survive in front of a sacred tree warlock. Must break free. The grey fog dissipated again. He wanted to corrode the shadows, but he was shocked to find that the grey fog was directly swallowed by the surrounding shadows without even causing a wave. This is him being completely crushed at the rule level. How can a budding who has just been promoted crush me at the rule level? Danny panicked at this moment, and at this moment he looked at Eli in the distance with horror in his eyes, where there was no peace just now. I never said I was a budding warlock. At this time, Eli also slowly approached Danny, a shadow condensed in his hand. It's not germination. Danny was taken aback for a moment, and then there was a flash of shock in his eyes, feeling the shadows around him, and it seemed that he had surpassed this level. You are actually at the stage of the sacred tree. Danny's eyes were tearing, he couldn't believe it, and he begged for mercy directly, My lord, spare your life, I just use money to do things. I still prefer your rebellious look just now. Eli glanced at him, the shadow in his hand was condensed, and flew towards Danny. Boom! The shadow exploded a few meters away from Danny in an instant, turning into a bright shadow and then burst out a devouring force, absorbing everything around, while Danny directly melted into the void. For a few seconds, it seemed that the void was about to be absorbed, and after that, the shadows gradually dissipated, as if nothing had happened, except Danny who had disappeared and died. About 1/10 of the power is enough to kill a sprout, without even using desperate means. After a battle, Eli finally had a certain assessment of Germinal's combat effectiveness. Thousands of years of silent development have yielded good results. This also made Eli affirm his previous decision. If he hadn't meditated hard, if he was in the embryonic stage, he would be in big trouble. They should still be able to fight, but they will inevitably suffer some injuries, and there is a 10th chance of death. I escaped another life and death crisis. Eli sighed, and then began to search for Danny, who was trapped in the shadows. Soon, he saw that Isaac handed over a copy of Mia. The location information is sent to Danny, who then asks him to help kill Eli. Isaac. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, and it was this guy again. The Camus family really lingers. But are they sick? It's all this time? Why did he do anything to him? This made Eli really unable to understand. But let's talk about these things later. If I remember correctly, Mia should be Udo's daughter. Eli recalled the West Coast, which was more than 1,000 years ago. He seemed to have promised Udo that he would help his daughter if he met him in the future. Let's go, I keep my promise. At this time, she should be besieged by 4.5 steps and 5 rings. Hurry up, before I arrive, I'm already dead. Eli searched for the general direction, and then turned into a bloody light and flew away. The speed was dozens of times faster than that of the fourth ring, like a bloody silk thread. And half an hour after Eli left, a big earth demon bear walked out from the mountains not far away tremblingly. Its body shrunk down to a few meters, kept shaking, especially when it saw the 1,000-meter death crack in the distance. It felt even more frightening. Even if he is an earth demon bear with half a step and 5 rings, he can clearly understand that if that attack falls on him, he has absolutely no chance of surviving, not even a 1 in 100,000 chance. Besides, that person just got off. He recalled that figure, and immediately started to cry. Damn it, last time I ran into the depths of the mountains just to avoid him, and this time I ran into him again, damn it. But I can't stay in this place anymore. He scolded, but his figure was heading west all the way. He was going to the central region. He wouldn't stay in Gaoba Western region for a day. Bully Bear. Chapter 496. I had a sore throat a few days ago, and it's really uncomfortable tonight. It was too uncomfortable at night, and I felt nothing at all when I wrote it. Why don't I write it and ask for a day off? Chapter 497. Between the forested mountains, Mia was running wildly. Her injury was serious, a scar extending nearly half a meter from her shoulder to her abdomen, with purple blood continuously flowing out of it, which was a symptom of poisoning. And it's not a simple poison, but a poison with weak rules. If she is willing to spend some time, it can be exhausted, but the 4 people chasing behind him are absolutely impossible to give her this time. Thinking of this, she turned her head and glanced back. In the sky not far away, 4 figures were chasing after him closely, 3 men and 1 woman. Each of them was wearing a warlock robe with bloody handprints on them, and masks on their faces, only showing cold eyes. Seeing Mia turn her head, the voices of several of them reached her ears. Mia, with such a serious injury, we will catch up to you in half an hour at most, and this is already a no-man's land in the western regions, so where can you go? Master Danny will be here soon. Even if you dodge our attack, we have already planted a breath on you. When your lord arrives, even if you really have a backup, what's the point? Hateful. Hearing these words, Mia gritted her teeth and cursed, but feeling the hurt on her body became more and more depressed. That's right, being hunted down by 4 killers of the same level while being seriously injured, and there is 1/5 ring who is sure to arrive. Even if it is her, she doesn't think she has any chance. But she will definitely not be caught without a fight. Then wait until you catch up with me. Mia cursed, and threw a black ball behind her. The ball turned into a cage of extremely thick smoke, trapping several people, and then she accelerated towards the front runaway. Break the prison. The corners of their mouths twitched, but they still attacked. A few minutes later, the prison was broken, and several people continued to chase in one direction. Mia has their mark on her body, and they don't worry about not being able to catch up. Soon, several people chased Mia again and began to attack frantically behind her. This made Mia have to dodge left and right during the escape process, and new scars appeared on her body. A large amount of blood stained her clothes, which not only caused her to lose a lot of physical strength and energy, but also made the power of blood in her body more and more exhausted, and the speed became slower and slower. Finally, a few minutes later, Mia had to release another smoke bomb, then quickly hid among the mountains, and finally entered a valley, using various means to hide. Hope it works. In the valley, Mia was panting heavily, but her heart was full of despair. Even she didn't seem to believe that she could escape this time. Why? Mia took a deep breath, then leaned directly against the mountain wall beside her, then opened the ring. A crystal ball was slowly taken out, inspired, and a picture appeared on it. There were 3 people in total. On the left was a woman with sky blue long hair, with a slender figure, as cold as a mountain, and on the right was another man with black hair and black pupils, who looked so ordinary and ordinary. As for the middle of the 2, there is a girl with the same blue hair, but with a smile. But in this picture, it can be seen that there is actually a crack between the women. This is a patchwork pattern, which was put together by Mia herself. Mother, father. Mia looked at the picture with a pale face, and a trace of confusion flashed in her firm eyes. As a half-step 5-ring killer, he no longer remembered how many people she had killed, but how many people knew that she became a killer just to avenge her mother. The revenge was reported a long time ago, but her mother was already dead by then. What a heartless man! She glanced at the man, but she didn't feel any hatred in her heart. Not only was her mother using her father at the beginning, but also that father named Udo also did a lot of things, and gave everything and then left the western regions. He still remembers the man's embarrassing but doting voice. Mia, if you are in danger in the future, go to Master Tommen of the West Coast bloodline for help. For my sake, he may be able to take you in. Fool! Mia laughed. Not to mention what kind of strong man can be born in a place like the West Coast, but now more than 1,000 cases have passed, and the Herman in his father's mouth may have died long ago. However, maybe I should have walked with him back then. Tears flashed in Mia's eyes. Found it! Suddenly, a sparse sound came from a distant valley. Mia froze for a moment, then quickly put away the crystal ball, then hid aside, covering her wound while looking at the mouth of the valley. Click! The branch was broken, and the figures of the four appeared in the valley, and Mia's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. Come out! At this moment, one of the four looked in her direction with a half-smile. It was still found. Mia sighed, and slowly walked out of the darkness. I told you that you can't run away. The masked warlock said with a smile, but he glanced at a few people, and then they quickly surrounded Mia from 4 directions. Looking at the 4 people surrounding her, especially when the 4 of them took out their weapons and stimulated their blood, Mia's mood plummeted to the bottom. The wound in her body, which was already seriously injured, was triggered at this moment, and she spit out immediately. A mouthful of bright red blood. It seems that we are redundant, maybe we won't survive tomorrow if we don't chase you. Seeing Mia's appearance, several people sneered at the same time, and slowly approached. Mia also closed her eyes in despair, ready to accept her fate. Hey, it's a good thing I'm flying fast, otherwise I'd be too late. Suddenly, a voice came from the mouth of the valley again, and everyone looked at it, and Mia also opened her eyes. At the mouth of the valley, a man wearing a scarlet warlock robe slowly walked out of the valley. He had black hair and looked young, but his eyes were extraordinarily bright, like stars. Eli. Seeing the person coming, everyone's eyes widened, especially the 4-member group of Death's Hand widened their eyes. As a killer, the news is naturally very well informed. He must have seen the portrait of Eli before entering the western regions. This is known as the first person under the 5 rings. But this didn't surprise a few people. They were shocked, but why Eli appeared here, whether it was the Death Mandala or the Hand of Death, had nothing to do with him. And listening to him, there is no doubt that he is preparing to intervene in this matter. Eli, this is a private matter of the Death God's Hand and the Death Mandala. Your Excellency is best not to interfere. Moreover, our Lord is right behind and may come at any time. Our Lord is the strongest of the 5 rings. One of the death surgeons stood up and looked at Eli. I'm sorry, I promised some people some things. If I ask you to kill Mia here, I will break my promise. Eli said with a smile, looking at several people. Hearing Eli's words, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, even Mia was a little surprised, as if she just thought of how she would get in touch with this big man in the western regions. My lord is Wuhuan. The warlock continued to threaten. Boom! A corpse slowly appeared on the ground. Several people looked. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. Da da da! Master Danny! A unanimous voice sounded, and everyone looked at this familiar corpse in shock, wearing a blood surgeon's robe and a pair of dead fish eyes, whoever it was. Danny. This guy is the most incompetent killer I've ever seen, and he took the initiative to fight me, but I killed him. Eli shook his head, disdainful. Hiss! The eyes of several people turned, and the way they looked at Eli also changed completely. My lord is a 5th ring, how could he die? This only shows that Eli is a 5th ring. Are you a 5-ring warlock? A warlock looked at Eli with fear in his eyes, and the others couldn't believe it. Among them, Mia also stared wide-eyed at this time, staring blankly at the one on the ground, which is actually the body of Danny, the #1 killer organization in the world today. 5 rings. She also understood what this meant, but it made him feel even more confused. He has nothing to do with this person. No, it seems that someone asked them to assassinate Eli. Could it be because of this? That would be ridiculous. Grunt. At this moment, several people were already dumbfounded and did not dare to move. Forget it, let's send you on your way. Looking at this scene, Eli waved his hands. Countless shadows appeared in an instant, devouring them, and they wanted to resist at first, but when the shadows passed by, they instantly howled in pain, then disappeared into the shadows. Crisis over? Seeing the fleeting four of them, Mia no longer had any doubts. This person in front of him is really Wu Huan. Big, my lord. Mia looked at Eli, but her mood relaxed a little. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Eli approached with a smile. Next second. Plop. Coma. Looking at the fallen Mia, Eli blinked. Looking at it again, one can instantly see the toxins all over his body, as well as his injured body. It's quite serious, take it away. The shadow passed by, and Mia was included in it. Eli took a look at nothing left, and then left. Chapter 498. After one day. In a room in the wizard tower, Mia was lying on the bed and Nicholas and Dylan were standing not far away. It's Udo's daughter. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, his daughter is halfway through the 5th ring. Nicholas said with deep emotion. Indeed. Eli nodded. He didn't expect to meet Udo's daughter out of nowhere. After all, although he promised Udo at the beginning, he never thought that he would actually meet her. My lord has treated her, she should wake up soon, but Lord Eli, when did you break through? Dylan looked at Eli. Hearing this, Nicholas also showed a curious expression. It was already hopeless, but I didn't expect my lord to break through the 5th ring without making a sound, and easily killed a 5th ring killer, it's outrageous. Oh, it didn't take long. I broke through by luck. Don't tell me about it. I just broke through the 5th ring, and I'm still at the bottom of the 5th ring. Eli told the two. Bottom floor. The corners of their mouths twitched, but they didn't say anything. Because that's a lot of people. Mia woke up. Suddenly, Dylan said at this time. Everyone looked, Mia didn't know when she opened her eyes. Pain. Mia opened her eyes with difficulty, and immediately looked around. Strange room, Eli, undead, mechanical dog. Oh, she was being hunted down and then saved by Eli. Thinking of her, she immediately got up, but her cheeks were a little red, because her original clothes had long since disappeared, and a large wizard robe was worn on her body. Your warlock robe is badly damaged, I asked someone to change it for you. Eli walked over at this moment and said. Seeing Eli, Mia immediately got up and thank you, sir, for saving my life. Mia was sincere. She had given up struggling at first, but she didn't expect such a turning point. After all, she didn't die. Instead, all the people who chased her were dead, including Wuhuan's hand of death. It's okay. Eli replied with a smile, his eyes kind. Looking at Mia made him feel like looking at a junior. Udo was one of his subordinates back then and helped him a little. Feeling Eli's kind eyes, the corners of Mia's mouth twitched, but she seemed to remember something, and she asked cautiously, Master Eli, can I ask a question? Ask. Eli nodded. After experiencing this inexplicable rescue, it would be strange not to ask. Mia's throat moved slightly, then she looked into Eli's eyes and asked, My lord, can I ask why you saved my life, and what do you mean when you said you agreed to something, my lord? Mia was very puzzled. Oh, promise your father, boy, if I meet you in the future, I will help you. Eli replied with a smile. Yeah, I still remember the way that guy came back in a mess. Nicholas also laughed, as if he thought of something interesting. My father. Mia was stunned for a moment. She thought of many possibilities, but she never thought of this one possibility. In an instant, her eyes began to flicker. That's right, that guy Udo, I told him not to go to the central region. Nicholas said, eating melons. My father, Udo. Mia affirmed this time, her eyes looked at Eli, as if recalling the origin of this grown-up, as if he came from the west coast. So, this person in front of me is actually the adult that my father said. Her father had left the western regions, yet he still cared about her in this way. In an instant, countless tears soaked Mia's eyes, and the longing for her father and the pain in her heart burst out together, like a vast ocean. Tick. Tears wet the quilt. Mia, the leader of the famous killer organization in the mainland, burst into tears. Father. Mia left a week later. At this time, she had fully recovered from her injuries, and Eli also told him about the Kami's family. Before leaving, she lowered her head and thanked, Sir, I will never forget your kindness, but if I am not here, the organization will be in chaos, and the top management of Death Hand is almost killed by the Lord, I will go back and take over their organization. When everything is over, I will come back and join the Lord's command to repay the grace of saving my life. At that time, even if the Lord wants to attack the Kami's family, I, Mia, will definitely stand on the side of the Lord. Even if I can't help the main thing, but in terms of intelligence, our two killer organizations combined are finally at the top. And I won't say anything about adults, I swear by my blood. After that, Mia left, and Eli didn't stop her. Of course, Eli was also very interested in the last words. Since his power has become stronger and stronger, he may even come into contact with Songhaihu, but he is not so clear about Songhaihu's news. Although the charming mansion is not bad, in fact, they are just ordinary forces in Songhaihu, without 5 rings. Existence, of course the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce will be stronger, and the president may reach the 5th ring. It would also be a good thing for him to have intelligence supplements from the two killer organizations. As for the last words, Eli didn't take them seriously. Mia might have vaguely guessed that he was Herman, but so what, just make up this kind of thing. However, the Kami's family may not stop in the future. Eli sighed with emotion, knowing that something might happen next. The only thing that worries him is that he still hasn't figured out why the Kami's family let him do it, but if he invites Wuhuan's killer, they are already doomed to be enemies. Enemies, naturally they will be crushed. Eli returned to the wizard's tower, and he decided to build a space passage here and in the time fragments, so that he could come back later and avoid such a thing from happening this time. What? Death Mandala Mia returned alive, and annexed the forces of the death god's hand at an extremely fast speed. Isaac jumped up from his chair, shocked. In front of his eyes, the two warlocks still covered their whole bodies, bowed their heads and said, "Yes, my lord," and the god of death has not shown up. In fact, since they entered the western region half a month ago, we have not heard from them again. Their whereabouts disappeared completely. As for the 4 people who appeared in the hand of death, they appeared outside a mountain range, but they never appeared again after entering the mountain range. Mia returned to the Death Mandala a week later. Belonging to the god of death, has never appeared again, and we suspect that he is dead. This. The flesh on Kami's face kept twitching, and his eyes widened. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. It is impossible for the 5 rings of the god of death to disappear for no reason, and it is even more impossible for Mia to have no reaction to the hand of the god of death, but whether the death is too outrageous. It can't be Eli. At this time, another warlock who hadn't said anything reminded. Eli, it's impossible. Isaac denied it directly. My lord, don't forget the fluctuation of the 5 rings that appeared 10 years ago, and Eli was also at the top of the 5 rings before. The warlock once again proposed a possibility. Silence. This time Isaac was silent, because according to the warlock, this is completely possible. But when he thought of Eli's 5 rings, it still made him feel bad. Because with more and more clues, they became more and more sure that Eli had important clues about Wizard Gray's tower in his hands, maybe even the location, or even keys. It was impossible for such things to fall into the hands of others. Indeed, we can't underestimate him this time. A trace of caution flashed across his eyes. However, it is impossible to give him the Grey Wizard Tower. If he really has it, it will be a big trouble for us, and we can still hide it now, but in the future, if it is discovered by other families, our family will definitely can't get it. Isaac gritted his teeth. Although there are 6 families in the Warlock Alliance, they are actually divided into 3 families and 3 families, and the strength of the 3 families is crushed by the 3 families. If they can obtain the Wizard Tower, maybe they can directly cross this level, become the first family, and even master the Warlock world as in the legend. Thinking of this, his expression became serious. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at the 2 of them and said, "Send someone out to spread the news that Eli and Roland are colluding and fooling the Warlock Alliance. At that time, I will take the initiative to propose to the Alliance that Kami's destroy the Bloodline Tower, and then the Western region's forces will be destroyed. Divide up, and they will definitely agree at that time." Yes. The 2 nodded and left quickly. After the 2 left, Isaac sat back in his chair. Since it is assumed that Eli is 5-ringed and has the strength to defeat the God of Death, then at least we have to send 5-ringed warlocks. It seems that we need to find the 5-ringed ancestors. So what if you break through the 5th ring? There are some things you can't protect. Isaac gritted his teeth and showed a cruel smile. 38 degrees of fever, NND, I was recruited. When Mia was crying, I was also crying, and my eyes were crying uncomfortably. Chapter 499. After 1 month. The land of greenery, the bottom floor of the wizard tower. A not so huge witch formation is located here, exuding faint spatial fluctuations. It's finally done. Eli stood aside and sighed. The creation of the witch array in the time fragments is far more difficult than Eli imagined. Not only must it resist the huge loss caused by time, but also consider the spatial instability of the world fragment itself, which makes the space wizard array difficult. Greatly improved. But fortunately, he has enough resources and good enough technology. After spending about a month, he finally succeeded in one, which greatly facilitates traveling to and from space debris here in the future. It's also good for me to hide the position of my body. Eli smiled, and then walked towards the outside of the wizard tower. The door opened, and there was a green grassland, but not far away was a large bare area, like a spot, which seriously hindered Eli's mood. Hey, although the power of the rules has been cleared by the power of devouring, it may take a few months for the remaining breath to recover. The rules still have too much influence on these. Eli sighed. This is also one of the reasons why wizards above the 5th ring were banned from fighting within the world in the wizarding era, because the aftermath of the battles of wizards at this stage had far less impact on the world than the 4th ring. This is also the reason why Eli used the power of devouring to devour the rules of death, otherwise it would just be the aftermath of the unconsciousness, and I am afraid that it will recover naturally for decades. It's a pity that although the power of devouring can devour these unowned laws, it can't do it like it did in the 2nd ring. Eli shook his head with emotion. After all, the rules he comprehended were escaped from the rules of the shadows, and they have deviated a bit from the shadows. Yes, so the power is not as great as imagined, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Of course, this promotion is very difficult, and maybe Eli may not be able to achieve it in his whole life. But not necessarily. Thinking that Eli has already walked to the other side of the valley, the area where Hill is. At this time, Hill was even bigger and taller than before, with a height of 150 meters, and the breath of life exuding became stronger and stronger, as if it would explode at any time. Eli knew that this was Hill getting closer to the 4th ring road. Father! At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. It was Hill's voice. Well, remember to remind me when you break through, I will protect you. Eli said with a smile. Hill understands. Hill replied. Yet. Eli nodded, and then turned his head to look at the other side. Not far away, there was a huge monster entrenched. It was Hydra. In front of him was a high-grade ore like a hill, which was swallowed by it. Hydra at this time is obviously much better than the broken body a month ago. Most of the body has recovered, only a small part has not recovered. It may not be a bad thing to be attacked by the law once, which makes the elements of Hydra more condensed. Maybe as long as there is a high enough material, it is not a dream to advance to the 5th ring. Eli observed secretly. After all, Hydra is not a real creature, but a synthetic beast, so his promotion is still different from the normal promotion. As long as the conditions are right, there is hope. After observing for a while, Eli confirmed that Hydra was indeed a blessing in disguise, turned around and entered the wizard tower, and then went to the time fragment. Meditation. March outside, 54 years inside the time fragment. Failed again. In the time shards, Eli felt that the cohesion of the law failed again, and sighed. Breaking through Chiba is different from the divine tree. In the first 2 stages, it is enough to keep improving, and there will be no bottlenecks, but the 3rd stage is to condense the leaves of law, that is, to give the tree of law a little more embellishment. Further condensing the power of the law into leaves is also the difference between the 2 ranks, and the combat power will once again achieve a certain level of leap, resulting in a qualitative change. But it should be soon. Maybe it's too tight recently. Let's go for a walk. Eli thought, and decided to go for a walk. Cross the space wizard array and return to the world. Eli walked towards the outside of the tower, but found Nicholas waiting at the door. What happened? Eli asked curiously. My lord, I was just about to knock on the door. Nicholas smiled, and then handed over a letter, saying, My lord, Mia sent someone here yesterday and delivered a letter to my lord. Letter. Eli took the envelope strangely. Recently, the uproar of the death mandala and the hand of the god of death has been well known in the central region. Mia actually has time to write letters. It seems that things have basically stabilized, but I don't know what the specific content is. Opening the letter, Eli read it directly. But a few seconds later, his brows frowned. "My lord, has something happened?" Nicholas saw Eli frowning, and understood what might have happened. "Tell Alida to arrange for the Bloodline Tower to enter the first level of alert. Trouble is coming." Eli put down the letter and said calmly. "Alert level 1. Nicholas stared wide-eyed, with an expression of disbelief. "Level 1 alert, that is the highest level, means ready for war at any time, or even the possibility of extinction." "My lord, what happened?" Nicholas asked anxiously. "Just yesterday, the Warlock Union had another regular meeting, but at this regular meeting, the Camise family presented a lot of evidence of my collusion with Roland, and proposed to carry out a devastating blow to the Bloodline Tower, and the perpetrator was Camise the family, and the Alliance has also passed the proposal." Eli explained calmly. "What? How could they frame us like this?" Nicholas was furious. Although they have an unclear relationship with the Dragon Clan, they definitely have nothing to do with that wizard. At least he has never seen that person named Roland come here. Nicholas scolded the Camise family endlessly, and Eli was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice. "It's not a frame-up. It's not a false accusation." "What? It's not a false accusation?" Nicholas repeated first, and then jumped up, staring at Eli dumbfounded. "I never told you that Roland is one of my clones." Eli pursed his lips and told Nicholas the news that had been hidden for a long time. Silence. Nikolai is silent. He lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. It took a few minutes for him to recover, and said, "My lord, your hidden identity is really Doha, ha." Eli smiled, but his eyes gradually became darker, but he didn't panic. The Camise family is strong, but definitely not unreasonably strong. In addition to the report, the letter also included the battle of the Camise family. Under the fourth ring, there are countless numbers. There are hundreds of them on the day of the day. There are nearly 30 active half-step fifth rings, including the fifth ring. It is currently predicted that the budding warlocks of the Camise family should be 3-5, and the Sacred Tree Wizards 1-2. Bit. Eli blinked his eyes. This was the first time he knew information about the combat effectiveness of the Camise family. Really, unexpectedly weak. The tallest tree is actually the Sacred Tree, but Eli quickly figured it out. The 5 rings actually only have a lifespan of about 5,000 years, and according to the rules of today's world, the life consumed is almost quite terrifying. Being able to reach the 5th ring is already a genius of the sky. Even if you reach the 5th ring, you will immediately enter the outer space of the wizard world, which will reduce consumption, but there is a limit. So there are even cases where people who break through the 5th ring don't last as long as the 4th ring, and this lifespan also makes it more difficult to break through. Breaking through the divine tree is already a rare genius in 1,000 years. But this is a great thing for him. As a top family, there must be many resources I need. A smile appeared on Eli's face, as if expecting it. His equipment has not been updated for a long time. Not far away, Nicholas saw a ghost. He looked into Eli's eyes. Why did he have a different feeling? Like seeing prey. Nicholas' throat moved slightly, a little shocked. Chapter 500. Mia got the news quickly, but soon, Liliana also came here the next day, anxious to see him. Eli thought something had changed, but it turned out to be a matter of the Camise family. This also made Eli understand that in some respects, the intelligence of the killer organization is faster than that of the Fenjiu organization. Don't underestimate the difference of this day. This shows that the intelligence of the two organizations in the Warlock Alliance is completely 2 levels. After comforting Liliana, she left. And under Eli's news, Alida also quickly organized the actions of all parties in the Bloodline Tower, but in fact Alida knew very well that they could not stop the Camise family at all. If there is a fight, it will depend on the negotiation or fight decision between Eli and the Camise family. Just as they were preparing, a letter about the Warlock League was also delivered to Eli. Eli didn't see it, so he tore it up, because he knew exactly what was inside. Sure enough, on the 3rd day, the Alliance of Warlocks announced the collusion between Eli and the Greenfield wizard Roland, and announced that Eli would be punished by killing Eli, and the Camise family would do it. This incident can cause great disturbances, not only in the western regions, but also in the entire central continent. Southern Domain. Unlike the western regions, this place is jointly controlled by 2 first-level forces, namely the Sea Shark family and the Sea Dragon family. The 2 families have been at odds for many years, but today it is a rare truce. And in a hidden wizard's tower, 2 patriarchs gathered together. The Bloodline Tower is in charge of the western regions. It has only been a few years, and the Warlock Alliance is about to attack them. This is not a good trend. The head of the sea shark frowned and sighed. Yet, we all see that our two families are fighting endlessly, but this is not for the Warlock Alliance to let them relax their vigilance against us. Otherwise, if you look at the Eastern Territory, it has already been eaten by nearly half of the meal. The forces of all parties are fighting. I am afraid that everyone has already fallen into their hands. A man on the opposite side also nodded. It was the head of the Heilong Patriarch. Why? Speaking of this, the two sighed again. Over the years, the Warlock Alliance has become more and more decayed, but its hands have stretched farther and farther. Several areas are their tentacles, but due to their strength, they cannot resist at all, and they also lack a leader. Hey, I'm sorry for the Bloodline Tower, but after this time the western regions fall into the hands of the Warlock Alliance, maybe it's us. Really? The two nodded, and didn't even think about the possibility of the Tower of Bloodline's victory. They have been oppressed by the Warlock Alliance for a long time, and they have never seen hope. Thinking of this, the two of them sighed again, feeling a burst of grief. And there are not a few people who have such thoughts, including the head of the only Feng Shen Yalong family in the eastern region, who also sighed deeply, as if seeing the same tragic fate happening in the western region. The Northern Territory was even worse, not only facing the Warlock Alliance, but also facing the Lich Tower. The originally cold heart became even colder. At this moment, because of the affairs of the western regions, the strong men of the Great Territory were not gloating or happy, but only mourned the death of the rabbit and the fox. But they can't do anything, after all, it's the Warlock Alliance. Even if it's just the Khmer family, it has the ability to easily crush the Blood Tower. After all, Eli claims to be the strongest under the fifth ring, but there is no difference between the fifth ring and other fourth rings. No hope. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Jinji clenched his fists tightly when he saw the news from the president that he would evacuate from the western regions as soon as possible. Modo stood in front of him and whispered, "My lord, the president asked us to leave with the most important resources. Is the situation really so bad?" Jinji raised his head and glanced at him, and asked in a deep voice, "The target of the Khmer family is Eli. You think Eli is gone, so what impact will it have on the western regions? Will the Warlock Union let this land go?" "No." Modo sighed and shook his head. "That's right, is there any talkative person in the Warlock Alliance? However, all the roots of their branch are in the western regions. If they leave, it will be a completely devastating blow to them. Especially for the owners of the Golden Toad bloodline, the blow from the Chamber of Commerce may even directly damage their bloodline. And for Jinji, leaving also means that they completely give up their position as the president of the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce. So, my lord, shall we go?" Modo was still about to speak. Boom! There was a sound of the cup breaking, and Jinji looked at Modo and said, "You take the core figures of the Chamber of Commerce and leave the western regions temporarily, and I will stay here." "My lord." Modo's eyes were tearing apart. "Stop it." Jinji waved his hand directly, and then sighed deeply. "I lost the Chamber of Commerce and went to Songgaiu, so I might as well stay here and leave first." "My lord." Modo's eyes flashed unwillingness, and he left after a few seconds. Boom! The sound of the door closing sounded. Jinji sighed deeply, looked at the ceiling, his eyes were full of bitterness. "It's gone, everything is gone." At this moment, even he, who had always trusted Eli, could not see a glimmer of hope. If the opponent is only 5 rings, then he may still see a glimmer of hope, but when he comes up, he will face the Khmer family in the Warlock Alliance, one of the giants among the Warlocks. What the hell? The City of Blood, the charming mansion. Liliana stood on the top floor of the room, looking towards the greenery in the distance. "You're so stubborn, don't you want to leave?" Liliana said helplessly. When he met Eli, he told Eli to leave as soon as possible, but Eli was still the same as before, and he didn't intend to listen to him, and wanted to stay here. But she would think about how they met that day. Eli didn't seem too flustered. "So, what's your trump card?" She pursed her lips, hoping for the first time that Eli could still overthrow everything this time as before. But in fact, she also knows very well that it is very difficult, super difficult. But she still wants to believe. "Don't die." She closed her eyes and prayed sincerely. The pressure from the Khmer family not only makes various forces nervous. In the western regions, Everyone felt extremely nervous, even desperate. Because this time, they were facing the Kami's family, one of the 6 ancient families in the world, a member of the Warlock Alliance, a family with top bloodlines. No one thought they could win. And everyone is also waiting for the day when the Kami's family will come to the city. But what everyone didn't expect was that although the Kami's family seemed to be gathering troops, they had no intention of approaching the western regions at all, as if they were just preparing. Just when everyone was wondering. Suddenly, a week later, on the outer layer of the wizarding world, above the western regions, everyone saw 3 thunder pythons crossing the world membrane and entering the wizarding world, surrounded by lightning, heading towards the western regions. And the length of each thunder python is over 10,000 meters. What makes everyone's heart tighten is the blood of the Kami's family. It is the blood of the 6 rings. Thunder Python. Chapter 501. Blue Sky. The 3-headed thunder python is like a myth reflected in reality. The terrifying body that is 10,000 meters long is probably 100 meters thick. The purple-blue scales are several meters in size, and the indifferent aura emitted by the nearly 10-meter-long purple pupils makes everyone feel terrified. Their heads are round, but there is a pure white threaded horn growing on it, with countless lightning coiled around it, spreading unscrupulously towards the surroundings. The thunder and lightning walked around from their bodies, like a spreading Milky Way. In an instant, the sky of the entire western region turned blue-purple by the way, and their huge bodies were also reflected in everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone looked towards the sky, looking at the huge body. City of Blood. The sorcerer's sorcerer looked up at the sky, his body couldn't help trembling and even fell back directly. What is this? Are you kidding me? How could the bloodline avatar be as large as 10,000 meters? This must be a nightmare. This is definitely not the 4th ring, is it the legendary 5th ring? I seem to understand why they haven't launched a war for a long time. It turns out that they plan to use high-end combat power to directly attack Huanglong. Can Lord Eli really resist it? Is this really something we can resist? Not only low-level warlocks, but even the true spirits of the western regions watched this scene in shock, with a trace of despair visible to the naked eye flashing in their eyes. It's just that the momentum and strength of the 3 5th rings are far superior to the half-step 5th rings, and the half-step 5th rings are basically 2 latitudes, which is a bit too exaggerated to be true. 3 5th rings. Liliana's throat moved slightly in the wizard's tower, and a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. She understood that the Kami's family would definitely send 5 rings this time, but he never thought that Kami's would actually send 3 directly. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? It seems that they don't want any accidents. And I'm afraid there is a reason to show their power to other forces. Let's warn other restless forces. Liliana thought of more, but this is indeed a serious harm to the bloodline tower. Information. In the case of very few forces with 5 rings, for the Warlock Alliance families with many 5 rings, it is really a dimensionality reduction blow to other forces. Even the bloodline tower is no exception, except. So Eli, what's your whole card? Liliana looked towards the green land, her heart beating fast. Green land. Eli looked up at the 3 thunder pythons who seemed to be showing off. Obviously, this time the Kami's family not only wants to destroy the bloodline tower, but also shows the muscles of the 6 major families of the alliance to the outside world. Even if they are one of the 3 families, they are definitely not comparable to other forces. 3 germinations came the first time, which almost means that the Kami's family has also learned to be smart. Eli pursed his lips. If he remembered correctly, the germination warlocks of the Kami's family were also terrifying. 5. But, if they all die here, they will definitely be very sad. Eli grinned and looked towards the sky. At this time, the 3 thunder pythons had come to the height of thousands of meters above the bloodline tower, between the Sea of Thunder. The 3 of them looked down at the bloodline city, or at Eli who was not far away. Eli, you violated the contract and worked hand in hand with the wizard. Today, this old man will try you on behalf of the Kami's family. Come out and die. The roaring sound was transmitted along with the thunder, as if God's punishment came down to the world, and the other 2 also looked down at this small city. Their eyes were like lightning, and their momentum was like a tsunami. At this moment, the defensive witch array of the bloodline city was instantly opened, and a light curtain blocked it, but just the momentum caused the light curtain to crack inch by inch, almost shattered. Even the warlocks had to lower their heads and never dared to look directly at the 3 5 rings again. The true spirit was fine, but if it was under the true spirit, it was almost difficult to stand still, and the blood was trembling non-stop. Everyone looks desperate. Humph, what are the three old guys talking nonsense, this is not a place for you to run wild. Suddenly, an equally deafening sound came to everyone's ears, and everyone only saw a figure flying out from behind and flying towards the thunder python in the sky. The city is completely covered to protect their safety. Feeling the sudden disappearance of the pressure, everyone looked towards the figure. A scarlet wizard's robe fluttered in the wind, with quicksilver clothes flowing in it, a complicated belt around his waist, and the Eli scepter in his hand exuded a faint time fluctuation. Light of faith. At this time, this figure was facing the three thunder pythons, just like a mortal facing the gods and Buddhas in the sky. It was shocking. That's Lord Eli. A warlock recognized Eli and shouted loudly. Ah, Lord Eli is here, but can the Lord defeat them? It's impossible, my lord, I remember it's only the fourth ring. Everyone looked up at Eli, either excited, or still desperate, or sad, or gloating, or sad when the rabbit died. Some people still believe in Eli. There are also people who rationally believe in reality, Eli can't win. In the sky, the three thunder pythons looked down at Eli, as if they were looking at a bug. You are Eli, are you very brave? Came the joking voice of the thunder python in the center. This is stupid, ha 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 ha. The one on the right smiled easily. Didn't run. The left side was a little surprised. You poor old fellows dared to enter the wizarding world from the outer layer of space, consuming your meager lives, why don't I dare to face you? Eli replied calmly. Old guy? Poor. The three froze, and anger flashed in Random's eyes. These words are not good words for these five-ring warlocks. They have stronger combat power and longer lifespan, but they have to hide in the outer layer of space, like poor people, so the three of them were instantly killed by Eli. Enraged. Eli. In an instant, the giant thunder python in the center let out a roar, and then its 10,000-meter-long body swung and rushed towards Eli. The rippling air set off a storm, entwined with thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Eli. The impact force was terrifying, as if it wanted to tear Eli into pieces. Countless people stared blankly at this scene, their bodies instinctively felt terrified. Not far away, Eli calmly took out his staff, and in an instant, an invisible time fluctuation emanated in the space, and a ripple instantly spread around with Eli as the center. In an instant, the ripples passed over the attacking thunder python. Why am I slow? No, the time has been changed. Feeling everything around him, the thunder python felt a little stunned, but in the next second he showed a cruel smile again, and said, the time domain is rare. I don't know if you can resist the thunder and lightning. In the next second, only the pure white unicorn was seen, and the lightning gathered and aimed at Eli. The bright light even caused bursts of cracks to appear in the space, and the rules of the explosion were also brewing in it, as if to directly smash the domain and kill Eli directly. Boom! The thunderbolt sliced straight through the sky, but everyone was stunned to discover that the speed of the light curtain seemed to be a little wrong. On the ground, countless people looked at the thunderbolt that seemed to contain powerful power. Although it was fast, it could be caught and easily dodged by Eli. That's it. Everyone was a little stunned. But in the next second, they knew that they were wrong. The thunder and lightning crossed Eli and passed the time domain. The light disappeared in their eyes in an instant, and then a 1,000-meter light spot erupted in the mountains hundreds of kilometers away. Boom! Everyone closed their eyes in pain when a nuclear bomb exploded, as if destroying the world. And this was just the beginning. The light stayed on for a few minutes before it stopped, and everyone realized that their light curtains were already in trouble. Under the impact of that huge element, everything that contained magic power was damaged. Only then did everyone understand what 5 rings are. Not good, my lord. Everyone looked up one after another, but a moment of dullness flashed in their eyes in the next second. Eli, you liar, you have to lie to someone. In the sky, within the time domain, the thunder python is entangled by countless shadow chains, each chain is 10,000 meters long, and one end is inserted into the void. They are wrapped around the thunder python, and at this time the thunder python is roaring. Then, the white unicorn sent out streaks of thunder, but they were all blocked by shadows. Not far away, 2 groups of shadows turned into 2 smaller 1,000-meter shadow pythons, which were stopping them who wanted to rescue them, and their eyes were tearing apart at this moment. The moment the white light burst out just now, boundless shadows appeared around Eli. The shadow not only turned into a chain to entangle the previous giant python, but also prevented the 2 from helping. This sudden change made the three of them startled and terrified. This also made them understand that the enemy in front of them was definitely a warlock of their level, even in the embryonic stage, it was definitely the top existence. As for the stage of the divine tree, they didn't think much about it, because whether it was the promotion fluctuation that broke out only 10 years ago, or they had seen that stage themselves, they all realized that it was impossible for Eli to advance in such a short time. That requires a lot of time, or some extremely precious resources, and those resources, except for them, are impossible for other forces to obtain. Eli, I think we can talk. The trapped thunder python struggled, but found it difficult to break free. The guy in front of them was stronger than they thought. No need. Eli shook his head and held out his hand. A shadow spear condensed in the sky on the right, spreading to 100 meters in the blink of an eye, then 1,000 meters, and finally 10,000 meters, sending out terrifying fluctuations. Don't want! The three shouted at the same time. In the next second, the shadow lance shot out. Ah! The painful wailing sound spread across the universe in an instant, and everyone only saw countless blood floating and falling towards the ground. Every drop of blood emitted a faint thunder wave, and even a ring might not be able to resist it. Look at the sky again. The huge thunder python was fixed in the sky at this time, a 10,000-meter-long shadow spear penetrated it, and emitted a terrifying devouring power. The giant python's body was wretched at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its vitality swallowed by the fast back, it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After that, the thunder python slowly dispersed. And in the sky, there is an old warlock that has been penetrated. His flesh and flesh are glued to his flesh and bones, like a skeleton, and he has no vitality at all. There is no doubt that he died. Died? Countless people stared blankly at this scene. He's dead? How is that possible? That's the fifth ring. No, listening to their conversation just now, is it possible that Lord Eli is also the fifth ring? Is your lord actually the fifth ring? I knew it, I knew my lord would definitely win. You fart, it was you who cried just now. The city of bloodlines was completely boiling. Countless people looked up at Eli in the sky, as if they were looking at gods. The two thunder pythons not far away were already sluggish at this moment, and they turned around and were about to leave. Want to run? Eli cast a glance, and the time domain suddenly became flattened, extending rapidly towards the two, and then countless chains wrapped the two of them again. My lord, please forgive me. We're leaving now, and we must teach Isaac a lesson. This junior, Isaac, cheated on us. The two sprouting warlocks struggled, but when countless shadows surrounded them, the power of blood in their bodies quickly passed away, and the two were also a little desperate, and then flew towards Eli. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Eli said calmly. Their eyes lit up when they were wrapped with only two heads left. The 5 rings that are alive are more valuable than the dead ones. I haven't had experimental materials of this level yet. Eli smiled, but in the eyes of the two of them, it was like the call of a demon. Despair flashed in one person's eyes, while the other cursed. Eli, you have to die. I advise you to let us go. Otherwise, when our family's sacred tree warlock comes, you will die without a place to die. I warn you, I warn you, I warn you to let us go, please, please, don't. Gilyalu. The shadow completely enveloped the two of them, and Eli ignored them. Then looking at the ground, the light curtain of faith slowly disappeared, then nodded towards the ground, and flew back directly towards the green land, as if going out for a walk. At this time on the ground, everyone looked at the disappearing sky, the terrifying thunder and lightning still permeating the surrounding air, and the breath of the 5 rings, as well as the large thundercloud storm caused by the thunder python's blood dripping not far away, and even the fire caused by it. They were still sluggish. Middle. Is this the end? A warlock stared blankly at the warlock beside him. It seems to be over. Warlock was silent for a moment before speaking. Well, it's over. The previous warlock nodded. He looked up at other areas of the city. At this time, the city had woken up from the sluggishness. Most of them were cheering and celebrating their survival, and some were shouting Eli's name. The statue of Eli not far away was also full of people, all thanking them. Farther away, Liliana took a deep breath, and then smiled. You guy, I knew there must be a hole card, but you can do this. When did you advance to the 5th ring? That's outrageous, those are 3 budding warlocks. I'm afraid the Kami's family is about to explode. Top of the city. Alida, who is the person in charge of the bloodline tower, also pursed her lips before returning. She needs quiet. It's outrageous. Chapter 502. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Jinji sat on the chair with a desolate expression, with his hands hanging down, and his eyes stared into the distance blankly, like an old man in his twilight. At this time, a large number of warlocks were flying out of the fallen floating city, and huge airship monsters were constantly transporting the resources of the Chamber of Commerce. It's over. Jinji sighed. But suddenly, with a bang, the door opened behind him, and a figure hurried in, panting heavily. Jinji turned his head back in astonishment, looking at the person who came. Moto, why are you back? Jinji asked in surprise. My lord, I won, I won. Moto roared loudly as if he didn't hear it, his eyes were full of ecstasy. Win? Who won? A gleam flashed in Jinji's eyes. It's Lord Eli. Eli has advanced to the 5th ring, and fought with the coming 5 rings of the 3 Kami's families over the City of Blood, and all 3 died. Moto shouted almost trembling. Jinji also stood up all of a sudden, the light in his eyes completely recovered. My lord, we don't need to leave. Moto cried with joy. A smile appeared on Jinji's face, but he still shook his head and said. No, you still have to leave, but you can leave half of the people behind. Why? Mordo asked. Jinji sighed again, looking far away. Do you think the Warlock Alliance will let it go? Will the Kami's family will let it go? The Hami's family can have the family of the Wizard of the Sacred Tree, and then the Bloodline Tower will only face more terrifying attacks. Moto's face also sank, and he asked bitterly, is there no way? No. Jinji shook his head, but his expression turned fierce, and said. However, it is not without chance. The Warlock Alliance has oppressed various forces for thousands of years, and now the squeeze on resources is becoming more and more serious. Even for every 5 magic stones we earn in the Central Territory, 1 will be handed over to them. So the resentment towards the Warlock Alliance has already been buried. This time may not be an opportunity. You don't have to go to the Central region. I want you to go to other regions and contact all the forces that will be rejected by the Alliance. Jinji gradually stood up, and said, let them put pressure on the Alliance, maybe everything can change. Remember to be fast, you may not be there, but the news must be fast. Moto's eyes lit up. Kami's city. Isaac narrowed his eyes slightly, but his body couldn't help shaking. He's scared. How is it possible? How is this possible? Isaac slumped on the chair helplessly, not understanding how things would develop like this. How could Eli be the 5th ring? How could the ancestors lose? Eli. Isaac chanted the name, even trembling a little. Although he is only a half-step 5-ring warlock, he has never looked at Eli directly. After all, they are 6 ancient bloodline families, 6-ring bloodline families. But this time, the family died with 3 5th rings, which made him really frightened. 3. That's 3 5th rings. At this moment, Isaac only felt his head buzzing. If there were 3, or even 13 half-step 5th rings, he would feel distressed, but it would definitely not be like this. But 3 5th rings would mean that their family's high-end combat power would be weakened by at least a quarter, which would be ruin for them. Sex blow. Not only the territory, but also the resources, and the little right to speak in the alliance may also plummet. Isaac was thinking about the consequences when suddenly a ring flickered on his hand. Is it so impatient? Isaac's face sank, but his blood was activated and connected to the ring, and then his consciousness sank into the ring. Open it again. It is already the meeting room of Paradise City. The heads of several other families looked at him, their eyes flickering. Grunt. Isaac's throat moved slightly. It was already half an hour when Isaac came back. After returning, he sat calmly on the chair, sighed, and murmured. Kill Eli and Roland, guarantee not to invade the territory of the Kami's family within 300 years, not to occupy resources, but to reduce the resources of the Alliance's income. Hee hee. Isaac laughed suddenly, gritted his teeth and said, a group of old guys, they don't want to face Eli, so let us. It's really a jingle of calculations. What can we do in 300 years? What more can we do in 300 years? Cultivate 3 5 rings. Of course, this was just a complaint, and he knew very well that they had no choice at this time. Come on, Eli, can you beat Germinal, the Divine Tree? You have a strong accumulation in the 4th ring stage. After advancing, you can defeat 3 fifth rings, but what about the divine tree? He gritted his teeth. At this point they have determined that the volatility from 10 years ago came from Eli. After 10 years of advancement, maybe the real Tianjiao can indeed defeat 3 peers, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat the divine tree, because this is completely 2 levels. Eli, you have completely angered a noble blood family. Isaac's eyes were bloodshot, and his blood was rolling like ocean waves. This time, the Kami's family had no choice but to kill Eli. If Eli doesn't die, then they will die. He is very clear about how the alliance behaves. South Domain. He Long and the head of the Haisha family gathered again in private. The two looked at each other, then laughed at the same time. Shuang, it has to be Eli, this guy is actually a 5-ringed man, what a blockbuster. Patriarch Hai Long's face was filled with a brilliant smile. Hey, indeed, I'm so happy to see the Kami's family deflated. The Sea Shark family nodded. However, brother Eli is strong, but the opponent is the Warlock Alliance. This time, I am afraid that he has completely angered the Warlock Alliance. It will be difficult to deal with it. After being happy, Patriarch Hai Long suddenly frowned. Really? Then what should we do, or let's support Eli? The Sea Shark family looked at the old friend on the opposite side. Ah! Patriarch Hai Long pursed his lips and said, to be honest, just yesterday, I received a message from Jinji, the president of the western regions of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Warlock Union. What do you think? Hey, you also received it. The Sea Shark family gave him a surprised look. You too. Patriarch Hai Long blinked his eyes. Right. Then what do you think? The Sea Shark family shook their heads and said, I don't think it's time yet, we are getting weaker and weaker now, so for us, there may only be one chance. I think it is still difficult for the Bloodline Tower to survive the next offensive. I refused. I know you very well, you should also refuse. He looked at the opposite side, and sure enough, the Hai Long family also nodded, saying, like you, I also think it's not the right time, we need a leader, but with the current Eli, I don't think he is enough to take the role. It's just a bud after all. Yeah, it's just a sprout after all, hey. In the end, the conversation passed in the melancholy of the two. At the same time, the Feng Shen Yalong family in the Eastern Territory had bright eyes and said, if the other patriarchs can agree, it will not be too late to invite me again. Our family can no longer bear another failure. The Patriarch of the Northern Territory is even more decisive. Although he is happy, he is not optimistic about the future of the Bloodline Tower. After Jinji received the news, he just cursed. A group of short-sighted guys, it is their weakness that has led to the Alliance's strength today. But at random, he lowered his head, realizing that he was being too radical. Those families have never resisted the Alliance, they just failed too many times, and people like the Bloodline Tower have appeared in the past, but everyone has succeeded, so everyone refused. It's not that I don't want to resist, it's just that the courage has disappeared. Chapter 503. A lot. In the Wizard's Tower, Eli opened his mouth wide when he saw the 8th and 9th faith seals appearing in succession. Repelling the Kami's family this time seems to have a great impact on the world. You must know that it is becoming more and more difficult for him to cohere the imprints of his faith. Now one is as difficult as the previous 3. But there are still 2 condensed, which can reflect how big the impact is this time. At this time, these marks have extended from the forearm to the forearm. It's not pretty. Eli frowned slightly. In the next second, the imprint began to move, and finally turned into a 9-petal lotus imprint on the forearm, occupying only a small area. That's right, that's all right. Eli showed a satisfied smile. But I'm afraid there will still be troubles in the future, so I have to break through Chiba Wizard as soon as possible. As long as I break through Chiba, the threat to me from the Warlock Alliance is quite small. Even if I can't beat it, I can definitely escape easily. I need to be stronger, but it is not an easy task to break through the shadow rules. Now that I have broken through the 5th ring, maybe I can try to strip the black fog rules outside the shadow rules. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, and took out the shadow rules. It is still the same as before, but the original gap has shrunk a lot. Since breaking through the 5th ring, it is almost impossible to condense the 5-ring avatar based solely on the power of faith, but it will take a long time to research new methods. It is better to put the power of faith into it and take out the shadow rules. This is also conducive to my breakthrough. Eli's eyes gradually became firmer. He needs to be stronger. And this is only a part of his plan, and other methods need to keep up, whether it is the secret method of violent blood or the Eye of Mercury, these have not yet reached the limit. I need time. Eli condensed a clone that didn't have much combat power and stood here, and then walked towards the Space Witch formation in the distance. The space was rippling, and Eli entered the secret realm again. Compared with going to other places, there is no doubt that this place will buy him a lot of time. Walking to a familiar place, Eli started his plan directly. Time flies. Eli used the power of rules and faith to peel off the rules of the black mist, and at the same time maintained the eyes of Mercury 24 hours a day, which caused his lifespan to drop, but his proficiency also increased rapidly. And the proficiency of Blizzard's secret method is also rising. 1 month outside, 12.5 years later inside. Eli's Mercury Eye reached the limit of the 5 rings, and in the same year, the bloody secret technique broke through the 4th floor. Outside world. It's been a stormy month. The surface of the Bloodline Tower is deserted due to the obstruction of the Warlock Alliance. But secretly, all the big forces are in contact with the Bloodline Tower, and most of them have given some help within their ability, including Heilong, Haisha family, Feng Shen Yaolong and other families. Although these families didn't plan to get involved in this turmoil for the time being, they still gave Eli a friendly exchange. Of course, it was secretly. Not only that, but they haven't had a good time recently. Because the northern part of the alliance defended against the Lich Tower, the Warlock Alliance sent out conscripts to all families, asking for resources, people and information, a huge amount, except for the Tower of Blood. This puts a lot of pressure on many families, because the alliance wants too much. As for the final discord with the Bloodline Tower, it is an obvious signal. It is obvious that the alliance intends to completely destroy the Bloodline Tower. All the clues also explain all this, including the changes in the Kami's family and so on. In this way, when the various families gritted their teeth and gave the Warlock Alliance a lot of resources, 3 months passed in a flash, and in the time fragments at this time, more than 30 years had passed. It didn't work out, but Eli looked down at the Shadow Rule not far away where 3/4 of the black mist had faded, and his faith lotus, which was almost empty at this time. He still underestimated the difficulty and overestimated himself. Still failed. It took decades for him to finally strip away the Shadow Rules. Besides, the power of faith is almost completely consumed. It may take decades for the outside world to recover slowly. This time, it's a bit sloppy. Eli pursed his lips. But he wasn't actually sad, even if the secret art of exploding blood didn't break through the 5th floor, and the Eye of Mercury didn't reach the peak, he didn't feel any regret at all. Because I broke through Chiba. Eli smiled. At this time, above his regular twin tree, on a branch on the shadow side, a black textured leaf swayed slightly in the spiritual world, exuding an extremely solid power of rules. That's right, when he peeled off the Shadow Rules, his perception of the Shadow Rules became stronger, and he directly broke through and became a Chiba wizard. It's a mistake. Eli was delighted. Breaking through to this level, the leaf of shadow in the body is like a highly condensed Shadow Rule, and its strength has leapt again compared to before, and there is a huge gap from the stage of the sacred tree. At this time, he no longer needs to worry about the coming crisis. Because even the upper 3 families only have Warlock Kyunyi, at most they have more accumulation than him, and the difficulty of killing him here suddenly increases. He wanted to run, but few people could stop him. Don't let the Kami's family come alone, it will be interesting without the support of other families. Eli showed a strange smile, but he thought it was quite possible. Judging from the bad families in the alliance, they can do this. But the only thing is that it's a pity that the Shadow Rules have not been stripped out, so we can only wait for the future. Eli put away the rules and decided to go back to the Green Land to have a look. Soon, he returned to the familiar Wizard Tower again. Walking out of here, he looked towards Hill and Hydra. The strengthened Mercury Eye can see more. At this time, Hill is really 1 step away from the 4th ring, and can advance to the next 3 years at most, while Hydra is a blessing in disguise, and has the potential to advance to the 5th ring. Who would have thought that the seeds picked up by the human kingdom would advance to the 4th ring after thousands of years, and a synthetic beast with an ordinary elemental core would also break through the 5th ring? Eli sighed. Compared to human beings, these were the ones who stayed with him the longest. That's not bad. Eli smiled, and returned to the wizard's tower again, preparing to familiarize himself with the power in the promotion, and see if he could condense a few leaves of law. In the blink of an eye, January passed by outside. At this time, Eli condensed 2 leaves again, including a time rule leaf, so that the other side was not bare, but it was a little asymmetrical, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. At the same time, the outer layers of the wizarding world. Isaac looked at the space debris that finally opened in front of him, and said loudly. The head of the 78th generation of the Kami's family asked the ancestor to release world fragments to solve the current plight of the Kami's family. Humph, I know all the disasters you have caused these days. It is true that I have been asleep for hundreds of years, and this happened. Isaac, you are not competent as the patriarch. Isaac heard a voice in his ear, and he turned his head abruptly. A white-robed warlock beside him looked at him with a gloomy expression and said, as if he was very angry. My lord, I am wronged. Isaac was about to quibble. Okay, if something like this happens, you have to take responsibility, and the position of patriarch will be handed over to someone else. The white-robed warlock glared at him and scolded angrily. Isaac nodded with difficulty, but did not refute. Because the person in front of him is his great-great-great-grandfather, the only sacred tree powerhouse of the Kami's family, the pillar of the sky of Kami's. Okay, let's go back to the family, I want to see which budding who has just been promoted has such strength. Isaac was dismissed casually, and the white-robed warlock sneered. Yes. Isaac lowered his head, the hatred for Eli was burning again in his eyes. Chapter 504. Tread. Stepping into the western regions with countless steps, Isaac first glanced at the large land in the distance with hatred, then turned his head to look behind him with a smile on his face. Master Enhuid, this is the range of the Bloodline Tower. The white-robed warlock nodded calmly, then looked around. Beside him, 3 Germination warlocks followed him on both sides, and behind him were hundreds of thousands of warlocks under the Kami's family, including hundreds of 4 rings. For this war, the Kami's family chose to mobilize most of their forces. After all, this time is different from the past. If it drags on for a long time, it will be a disaster for them, so it must be resolved quickly, and then recuperate. My lord, tens of kilometers ahead, it should be the defense line of the Bloodline Tower. What should we do? At this moment, a warlock flew in front and asked Enhuid, the white-robed warlock. Crush directly. He spoke calmly, speaking with ease as if they were dealing with an ant. The many warlocks following behind him nodded in agreement. As it should be. When the Kami's family all came out, there were no surprises. And just as everyone continued to set off, suddenly, Enhuid seemed to have seen something, and suddenly raised his hand. A bolt of lightning spanned dozens of miles in an instant, and then an exploding firework bloomed in the distance. My lord, that should be the airship of the Bloodline Tower. Isaac said beside him. It's interesting. When the war is over, we can study it. There must be a reason for this small force to grow so fast. If we can fully absorb their technology, it may not be a bad thing in 300 years, but it is an opportunity for our family. Enhuid narrowed his eyes slightly. It is said that we despise the enemy tactically and attach importance to the enemy strategically. Enhuid was no exception. Although he looked down on the Tower of Bloodlines, he only knew about it after waking up for a few days. It also made him understand that the Tower of Bloodlines was definitely not a power that rose just because of Eli's fighting power. Their core, system, and all aspects have great learning significance. Good. The others laughed flatteringly. But Edward didn't respond, but his eyes gradually became serious, and said. Let the people behind hurry up, today we will break through their first line of defense. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Half a day had passed when Eli received the news. The first line of defense of the Bloodline Tower has been broken. Eli looked at Vivica and Alida in surprise. Yes, my lord. Vivica said with lingering fear. She was originally on the front line, but she returned early due to some incidents some time ago. She never thought that the Kami's family would attack suddenly, but let her escape. This time the Kami's family used too much power. There are 4 of the 5 rings, especially one of the white-robed warlocks. Just waved his hand. At that time, more than a dozen true spirits in the defense line died before they even had time to react. And their warlocks are outrageous in both quality and quantity. We checked the information, and the white-robed warlock should be Enhuid Kami's, the patriarch of the Kami's family 500 years ago, a powerhouse at the wizard level of the sacred tree. Alida pursed her lips, feeling the pressure. Anwald. Eli muttered the name silently. My lord, what should we do? Vivica asked worriedly. What to do? Eli stood up slowly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, what can we do? Naturally, we should leave them on this land. Stay. The two looked at Eli, their eyes widening at the same time. Let's go, let's see how this old guy's combat effectiveness is. Eli called to the distance, and with a hiss, Hydera's head appeared by the window, looking at the three of Eli with huge eyes, then lowered his head. At this time, the window opened slowly, and Eli walked directly towards the window, then jumped onto Hydera's head, then turned to the two and said, would you like to see it? Want. The two looked at each other and nodded in time. Soon, Hydera flew into the sky. On top of the huge head, Eli stood on the frontmost head. The strong wind was blowing Eli's wizard robe. Vivica and Alida stood on both sides with different expressions. My lord, should we go like this? Alida asked. Otherwise. Eli glanced at him. Forward. Alida was a little dazed, and a trace of regret flashed in her heart. That is the sacred tree wizard. That's it. Turning her head to look, Vivica on the side had a faint smile on her face, with her hands spread out, feeling the oncoming breeze in the surrounding sky, as if she was not worried at all. The corners of Alida's mouth twitched. Are you so calm? But it seems reasonable to think that Vivica seems to have been raised by Eli. Okay, let's go, I hope everything goes well. Alida also let go of the worry on her face and began to show off. It doesn't matter, anyway, it's not her who fights, what's the big deal? As long as I swing enough, sadness will not catch up with me. No wonder. That's all. After Alida worried all the way, they finally saw the destination of this trip, the location of the second line of defense in the eastern region, the Scythian Great Plain. Here a huge city stands on the plain, and a steel line of defense is built outside the plain. At this time, hundreds of airships are flying in the sky, and there are tense warlocks on the ground. On the opposite side of them, countless warlocks of the Kami's family were staring at them. Those high-level warlocks were flying in the front, and the white-robed warlock Anhuid was flying in the front. It looked as if they were preparing to attack. The time is just right. Eli smiled, then patted Hydera and said, just fly directly into the center of the battlefield like this, don't worry. Hiss. Hydera neighed and accelerated again. The fast speed and the sound also attracted the entire battlefield, and countless people looked up. It's Lord Hydera, no, it's Lord Eli. The warlocks of the Bloodline Tower shouted when they saw the person coming, and a trace of excitement flashed in their eyes. You must know that the opponents this time are too strong. If they start the war like this, they will have absolutely no chance of winning, but it will be different when the adults come. In the distance, Anhuid also raised his head and looked into the distance. Looking across the space, he looked at Eli, and a smile appeared on his face. You came. Anwald narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was talking to Eli. Come to kill you. Eli said calmly. After he finished talking nonsense, the tree of laws began to rippling, and a leaf of the law of shadows swayed without wind, then began to fall, and then slowly fell, falling into Eli's hands as if traveling through time and space. With a wave of Eli's hand, the leaves floated towards Anwald in the distance. Come and show me, is it the courage given to you by the Warlock Alliance? Dare to come here to act wild? Eli looked at Anhuid, but his expression became more and more indifferent. Look at him. It's like looking at an ant. At this time, Anhuid looked calm not far away. But after seeing that leaf, a touch of shock rippled in his eyes, and his mouth gradually opened wide. Chiba. Chapter 505. Qian. Qian, Qunyi. Anhuid's eyes widened, and he could no longer remain calm. That leaf seemed ordinary, but it made him feel an unparalleled sense of crisis, as if he was about to die. What's worse, he had seen that leaf before, and he knew what it meant. Grunt. Anhuid's throat trembled, and even his body began to tremble. How could it be Chiba? He couldn't believe it. How could Eli be Qunyi? It was completely unreasonable. But he understands that now is not the time to think about these, he needs to escape this disaster before thinking about other issues. In an instant, a large number of blood vessels and rules were stimulated, and in his blood vessels, a blood-colored tree spread out instantly, with countless branches extending into all limbs and bones. This is the foundation of the Warlock's 5 rings, the tree of blood vessels. The blood was oscillating, and Anhuaid gradually changed, with fine scales appearing on his body, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, his body gradually became bigger, and his blood veins gradually changed. In the blink of an eye, a 10,000-meter-long thunder python appeared in the sky and roared at Eli. More precisely, it was the tiny leaf of law. On the ground, countless warlocks of the Khamis family were very excited. "My lord's blood has turned, are you going to kill Eli directly here? It should be, Eli is dead. It's over." The warlocks raised their heads and looked towards the sky, watching the whole body of the thunder python gradually turn blood-colored, and a blood-colored lightning condensed on the pure white horn. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warlocks above the true spirit flickered. "Is that possible? My lord is starting to burn his blood. Really? That bloody blood entanglement, what is it if it's not burning blood? But is it necessary?" Isaac's eyes widened not far away, and he couldn't believe it. Thinking of the changes in the adult's eyes just now, Isaac seemed to understand something, and murmured at the corner of his mouth. "No, no, no." The three sprouts not far away were also stunned, as if they still didn't understand what happened. They had never seen Kyunyi before. In the sky. "Eli, you lied to everyone." Anhuaid reprimanded loudly. Not far away, Eli was still calm, waving his hand lightly. At this time, the flying shadow law leaf suddenly changed, gradually became larger, and turned into a huge leaf with a size of 10,000 meters, appearing above the giant python. "What's this?" Countless people looked up at this sudden change, their eyes fusing. The eyes of the three Germination warlocks flickered, knowing that only now did they feel the power contained in it, which far surpassed them, even Lord Anhuaid. Isaac's eyes trembled, and he took a few steps back silently. "Eli, don't think about it." In the sky, Anhuaid's incarnation of the thunder python was entwined with blood, and a thunder light was completely excited, and flew directly towards the huge leaf of law in the sky. Town. Eli is still calm, the leaves are falling slowly. Boom. The thunder light collided with the leaf of law, and in an instant, the thunder light was swallowed by the shadow, only the shadow rippled, and other than that, it did not cause any changes. "How is it possible?" Anhuaid roared with his pupils wide open. And seeing the leaf of law getting closer and closer, he was startled and terrified. "Don't think about it." He turned around directly and was about to fly into the distance. The warlocks on the ground looked at this scene and gasped. The magician Anhuaid of the sacred tree actually wanted to run? In the blink of an eye, Anhuaid flew 10,000 meters away, but the leaf of law was still above it, and then directly suppressed it. Boom! The shadow directly covered the giant python like a giant hand, and then moved towards the ground. Everyone only heard an extremely tragic wail, and then the ground trembled. Countless warlocks were heart-beating. Looking at the 10,000-meter pit in the distance, a leaf of shadow was suppressing it, and the huge thunder python shook its head like a dead snake, but it had no life breath. Died. The leader of the Khamis family, just died like this. Is this the end of the war? Even the many Blood Tower warlocks who firmly believed in Eli were stunned at this time, mainly because the scene in front of them was beyond their knowledge. Farther away, several warlocks of the Khamis family were even more dead silent. Chiba. Several Germination warlocks trembled and said that now, they finally confirmed what the adults were afraid of, that is, their enemy Eli was not Germination at all, but a powerful Chiba warlock. Many true spirits look at me and I look at you, as if saying that things should not develop like this. But in any case, they also understand that this war may come to an end. After all, you can tell by looking at the performance of the three budding warlocks in front of you. I'm afraid the three patriarchs don't have the heart to fight Eli at all, and they are already scared out of their wits. Far away. Alida's eyes widened and she looked at Eli on one side, her eyes flickering, obviously this was not what she thought. Just died like this. She was a little dazed, as if she couldn't believe that the head of a top bloodline family died just like this, so quickly. On the other hand, Viveka on the side became much calmer, and asked Eli, "Brother Eli, what should we do with the remaining 5 rings and so many warlocks?" "Don't worry." Eli smiled, the tree of laws shook again, a leaf of the law of time appeared, the surrounding space flickered, time seemed to have changed a lot, this time it was time attribute. "Throw it." The leaf of law flew towards the opposite side against the wind. The target was the budding warlocks in the distance. Seeing the leaf of law flying towards them, they were terrified and fled directly to the distance. The leaves chase, they run, they have nowhere to run. I only saw the invisible power of time covering several people, and the flying people aged at a rapid speed. Their skin and flesh began to loosen, their eyes gradually dimmed, and finally turned into bones and fell towards the ground. Seeing the changes of a few people, the true spirits who were about to take the opportunity to escape in the distance also stopped. As for the ground, the leaf of the law of shadows in the distance turned into a wave of shadows hundreds of meters high, flying towards the warlock army. After a while, all the warlocks were entangled in shadow snakes and fell to the ground. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the entire army of the Kami's family was wiped out. And Eli commanded Hydra to fly forward, directly in front of many true spirits. However, he ignored the other warlocks and just looked towards the back of them. Many warlocks tactfully moved out of the way, revealing the last person. Eli looked at this man with a smile in his eyes, nodded and said, "Lord Isaac, the head of the Kami's family, it's really been a long time since we met." Isaac looked at Eli in front of him, his body limp on the ground. Looking at Eli, his face was pale, and he said miserably, "Eli, this time I'm the one who admits it. You won." Chapter 506. So this is Ah. Looking at the fallen body of Isaac in front of him, Eli suddenly realized. At this time, he had already left the front line and returned to the land of greenery. He also searched for Isaac's soul, and finally understood why this guy misses him so much. It turned out to be related to Grey Wizard Tower. Isaac did not guess wrong. The only pity is that he misjudged Eli's strength, and made a wrong step. From the very beginning, he picked up a few budding warlocks, and finally got on with the ancestor and the entire family, destroying his own family by himself. It is true that there is great wisdom. However, since the remains of the Eastern Territory can be linked to Dylan, it seems that I have to start planning the Wizard Tower. Since the Kami's family can find clues, it is inevitable that several other families will also find them. According to AI, Eli also thought of more about Zack. Forget it, I'm still waiting for a while. But after thinking about it for a while, Eli decided to give up temporarily. This time, the elimination of the high-end combat power of the Kami's family will have a huge impact on the Bloodline Tower, the Warlock Alliance, and even the world structure. The next period of time will definitely not be very peaceful. It's an eventful autumn. He just wants to develop well. Why there are always all kinds of things coming up. Eli was very sad. But, there are many sad things, but there are also surprises. A treasure of a top family. Eli rubbed his palms. I am looking forward to it. At this time, the Bloodline Tower Legion has crossed the border and entered the Kami's family, especially the many true spirit warlocks who drove straight to the city of Hamis, preparing to take down this ancient city. Hope everything is fine. Eli silently packed up Isaac's body, and then walked towards the witch formation. Enter, Excite. Came to the time shard again, and this time Eli walked directly towards the inside, and finally stopped at the position of 200 times, thanks to his previous promotion. Meditation. While Eli was meditating, the Legion of the Bloodline Tower also quickly entered the range of the Kami's family. Countless true spirits acted as the vanguard to plunder the front, while countless warlocks steadily occupied the territory of the central region in the rear, and the troops were divided into two groups. This is because the scope of the Kami's family is too large, almost as large as the western region, and although the surrounding area is not directly bordered by several families of the Warlock Alliance, it is conceivable that when the Kami's family is destroyed, all forces will also be destroyed. Get the message and start devouring the land. Naturally, Eli has no hope of being able to occupy all of them, just take most of them, while other places are plundering resources, which is why the true spirits take the first step. Alito was in charge of all these, which also made him one head and too big. But fortunately, all the forces are still immersed in the shock at this time, and they dare not act rashly, which makes their actions much smoother. At this time, Eastern Territory. Hai Long and the head of Hai Shark looked at each other in blank dismay. Ahem, it seems that we have underestimated Master Yulet. Hai Long's parents said awkwardly, and the address was changed from the former little friend to the adult inadvertently. Yet, who would have thought that Master Eli is actually a Chiba-level warlock? It seems that the one 10 years ago is not him. On the contrary, he may have been promoted to the 5th ring, but he has been pretending to be the 4th ring. No wonder he always acted like he was indifferent to the world before, this is strength in hand. The head of the sea shark nodded in agreement. Yes, Kunyi. Patriarch Hai Long was also in a trance. Who would have thought that Eli was actually a Kunyi powerhouse? Even the 3 strong members of the Warlock Alliance are at this level, which means that even the Warlock Alliance will never dare to underestimate him, let alone the Khmer's family has disappeared. However, for an ancient family to disappear like this, and it is one of the 6 major families of the Warlock Alliance, it really feels like a world away, as if a mountain suddenly disappeared. Appeal. The 2 let out a long sigh in unison, as if they were much more relaxed. After a few seconds, Patriarch Hai Long looked at Hai Sha and said, Patriarch Hai Sha, do you still remember the message we rejected last time? You mean? The owner of the sea shark narrowed his eyes slightly. Patriarch Hai Long nodded, as if agreeing. Good. The owner of the sea shark also seemed to understand something, and the 2 smiled tacitly. Alliance. In the eastern region, Patriarch Feng Shen Yalong read these words slowly. After the Khmer's family was destroyed, Eli, as the leader, already possessed both strength and prestige. If he could take the lead in forming an alliance, it would be a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. This was the first thing he thought of after being shocked. An idea. And what Eli will face next is the entire Warlock Alliance. With our help, the Bloodline Tower will be much easier, and we will also get rid of the mountain of the Warlock Alliance. No way, they have been waiting for this day for too long. We will be freed from the sea of suffering, and Eli will be our new king. He pursed his lips, and his eyes were burning with flames. At the same time, I don't know how many forces flashed their thoughts at the same time, and they all trembled with excitement. As for the reason, it had something to do with Jinji's failed actions before. It's a pity that the time was not ripe at that time, but at this time, the time is just right. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Unlike these family heads, the world of ordinary warlocks is completely different. At this time, they are still immersed in the shock of this fact, and they can't escape for a long time. An ancient bloodline family just disappeared, disappearing into Eli's hands. The people oppressed by the Warlock Alliance feel excited, while the families under the Warlock Alliance feel terrified, because in their eyes, the 6 major families are the sky and are high above, but on this day, the sky broke. It turns out, the 6 major families will also be destroyed. In just one day, the news spread almost across the entire continent. And Eli's name also spread along with this incident. It turned out that only some people in the western regions and central regions knew Eli's name, but after one day, 95% of the warlocks already knew the name. Countless powers of faith gathered towards Eli. Fragments of time. Eli opened his mouth wide, watching the originally empty 9-leaf lotus flower of faith on his wrist being filled almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took only half an hour for one piece to be filled. It's too fast. Eli gasped, thinking this was just the beginning. 3 days later. Eli lowered his head and looked towards his wrist. At this time, the lotus flower on his wrist had already turned into 18 petals, and each petal had been filled, exuding a faint golden light. Not only is it filled with the power of faith because of the rules of stripping the black mist, but there are also 11 new petals. Considering that one petal is more difficult than the other, one can imagine how difficult the power of faith is this time. But it's just that there are so many people that it can't reach this level. It seems that the warlocks in the central continent are being persecuted by the Warlocks Alliance. Eli said with emotion, which reminded him of a sentence in his previous life, the world has been suffering for a long time. Warlock families have also suffered from the Warlock Alliance for a long time. But none of my business. But Eli didn't think too much, just because just now, Alida sent him a message, and at this time the harvest of the Hamia family has been sorted out. Harvest time. Chapter 507. As in the past, there are mountains of resources, but this time most of the resources, except for knowledge, have surpassed the 3rd ring. My lord, these are the resources we collected this time. Alida said respectfully, with a respectful face. Well, is there anything else? Eli nodded, and couldn't wait to take stock of these resources, but he also understood that Alida came in person in this form, probably because there were other things. Yes, there are 2 more things. Alida nodded. Then let's talk in the room first. Eli waved away, all the resources were swept by the shadow, and then walked towards the wizard tower. Alida took a look and followed quickly. Soon the 2 came to the room and sat down. Speak. Eli pretended to be listening. Alida is in good health, and began to say, Master, the current situation is as follows. At present, our legion has occupied 2/3 of the Kami's family's territory, and the other third is occupied by several warlocks. The family is divided, and they have not made the next move yet. Of course what I want to talk about is not this, but letters about the various forces in the central continent. Letters from other forces. What are they going to do? Eli didn't interrupt Alida and continued to listen. Including the families of sea dragons and sea sharks in the southern region, the family of distracted pterosaurs in the northern region, and various small families in the northern region. These families sent letters almost at the same time, and the contents of the letters were surprisingly consistent. Oh! Eli narrowed his eyes. My lord, they hope that my lord can take the lead to form an alliance, and they are also willing to join my lord, advance and retreat together, and help my lord fight against the Warlock Alliance, Alida said after taking a deep breath. Build an alliance. Eli frowned, thinking quickly in his mind. After a few minutes, he raised his head to look at Alida, and said slowly, this proposal is not good. Did your lord refuse? Eli nodded. It is a good thing to fight against the Warlock Alliance together, but it would be troublesome if he takes the lead. After all, the leader in the general story does not end well, and Eli is not willing to have such a troublesome thing in the fate line. Then I will reject them, my lord. Alida also understood. No. But this time Eli shook his head. Alida? Eli looked up and said, of course the alliance will be established. Ah! Alida opened her mouth wide, why did she change her mind again? But it's not me, it's you. Eli pointed to Alida. Me? Alida was even more puzzled, pointing at herself. Yes. Eli nodded, and said, I'm just the honorary tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, but I don't have this right. This kind of thing naturally has to be done by you, the official tower owner. What do you say, Alida? Alida. Do you want to hear what you are saying, my lord? You have no right, so what am I doing here? My lord, your desire to transfer responsibility may not be too obvious, it is not concealed. Let's just say that, this matter is entrusted to you, and you are still good at managing power. Eli looked at her with a smile, as if he had high hopes. The corner of Alida's mouth twitched, but in the end she just nodded and said with difficulty. Good. What else could she do? Is there anything else? Eli asked again. Alida was still immersed in the confusion that she was about to become the leader of the alliance at this time, and was pulled back to reality by Eli's words, coughed and said, there is one more thing, this thing is still a letter, but it's about the Warlock League. How? Eli asked. My lord, I haven't read it yet. Alida shook her head, then took out a letter and handed it to Eli. After receiving the letter, Eli tore it open and read it. A few seconds later, he was amazed. My lord, what did the Warlock Union say? Alida asked curiously. They invited me to Paradise City, XI said that they invited us to join the Warlock Alliance to be like them, and they were even willing to give us all the original share of the Kami's family and make compensation. Eli concluded. Ah, my lord, you must not go to Paradise City, it seems to be their conspiracy. Alida stood up directly, anxiously dissuading her. Sit down, do you think I'm that kind of reckless person in your heart? Eli said with a smile. Hearing this, Alida sat down and relaxed a lot. Indeed, in her impression, adults are still very cautious. It's just that Eli lowered his head and looked at the letter again at this time, his eyes narrowed slightly. He would not naively believe the content of the letter. After all, judging from the current situation, their threat to the Warlock Alliance is stronger than the Lich Tower in the eyes of the Warlock Alliance. They must be eliminated, and there is an irresolvable contradiction. Belonging to class enemies. He will naturally go to Paradise City, but not now. Soon, Alida left and started busy with alliance affairs. A spark has begun to ignite, a flame that spreads across the entire continent is burning. And Eli also sorted out the harvest after several hours of sorting. Wizard Tower. Eli looked down at the 5 items in his hands. A wizard book, 2 crystals, 1 white, 1 cyan, and a bottle with green liquid flowing inside. The wizard book is a note of a 5-ring wizard. Although it is ordinary, it is a timely help for Eli. After all, since he was promoted, he has relied on previous materials, and some details are not clear, but the arrival of this wizard book exactly make up. Mastering the content inside will allow Eli to have a stronger grasp of his own strength. And the 2 crystals, the white one is called sea soul tide, which can only be formed by condensing countless dead souls in the turbulent flow of time and space, and then condensed for thousands of years under the tempering of time and space power, which can greatly improve the degree of spiritual gaze. Of course there is another meaning for him, that is to provide the silver eye to absorb. Eli estimated that one should be enough for the silver eye to reach the peak of the 5 rings. The cyan one is the rule core of a 6-ring creature, which has little effect on Eli, but if Hydra uses it, it should be enough to advance to the 5th ring. The green liquid is similar, it is condensed with a high concentration of vitality, and the level is at the peak of the 5th ring, while the bottle is a space equipment, which should be as big as a small lake, and it is enough for Hill to advance to the 4th ring. Although the harvest seems ordinary, it is what I need most. Eli pursed his lips. Needless to say, the Wizard's Book and Sea Soul Tide, the latter two can help the Bloodline Tower gain a 5-ring combat power, so you don't have to do everything in the future, and let Hill advance, then Blood Bamboo Flower will naturally be able to advance. Yes, this is a change involving the devouring rules. Especially in the end, Eli has been looking forward to it for a long time. Thinking of this, Eli walked directly towards the outside of the Wizard Tower. First, he threw the core of the wind element to Hydra, and then threw the bottle to Hill, regardless of the ecstatic emotions of the two, and then returned to the Wizard Tower. He's going to continue grinding the shadow rules. Progression takes time. After one day, Hydra swallowed the core of the law, and then wrapped it with a large number of elements, turning it into a huge egg, and started his path to advancement. Another 3 days later, Hill absorbed the life force liquid of the bottle force, and began to advance. During this process, her life force was rapidly disappearing, and she turned into a withered tree in almost half an hour, as if she had reached the end of her life. But Eli knew from the elves that this was all normal. Next, as long as Xir survives the withering, she will successfully advance to the 4th ring, and this time will usually last for more than a year. Eli is waiting patiently. A month later, after nearly 17 years of time fragmentation, the tide of the sea soul has been completely integrated into the Eye of Mercury, and the Eye of Mercury has also reached the peak of the 5 rings, and even has a new ability. Mercury Blade. Store mental power in advance, condense the Blade of Mercury, you can store 2 in advance, and the power of the Blade of Mercury is 1 level higher than the current level. The power is amazing. This is already a very good method, not to mention storing it in advance. And of course, the Shadow Rule has also reached the final stage of tempering at this time. At this time, there are a total of 6 leaves on the tree of Eli's rules, 3 for each of the 2 rules, a little more than before, but it is still far away from Chiba's promotion. Because Kyunyi's promotion really needs at least 1,000 rule leaves. The road to promotion is still a long way to go. Of course, it wasn't for this that Eli woke up at this time. Instead, after a month of busy work, Alida has already initially organized the alliance. And invite all parties to negotiate in the City of Blood 3 days later. Conduct alliance meetings. Chapter 508. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All is calm. The Warlock Alliance still did not act, as if ignoring them. However, Eli did not relax his vigilance, and always asked the forces under his command and the Death Mandala to help him inquire. After all, the Warlock Alliance is not a good thing. There are also gains. Mia inquired about what the Warlock Alliance is planning, but it seems that it has not made a decision. This made Elijah a little nervous, so he immediately started to condense the Mercury Blade. He still attaches great importance to the magic that comes with the Quicksilver Eye. The condensing of the Mercury Blade is also simple. It only needs to consume mental power, but the consumption is not small. It takes 3 days, which is equivalent to more than a year, to condense part of it. However, he did not give up. After all, this is also a trump card. Anyway, there is a time secret, at least from the outside world, it does not consume much time. And a small thing happened during this time. Elven Queen Elwyn came to the land of greenery. The purpose is naturally Hill, and Eli will come out to relax after daily practice, and occasionally Liliana will come. Life is not bad. That's all. Time slipped away. 3 months later, the first Mercury Blade was successfully condensed. Another whole card. Eli was a little delighted. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Alida's voice transmission also arrived at this time. Alliance matters have been prepared, and members of various forces will come to the Bloodline Tower within half a month. Are you ready? Alida is very efficient. Eli nodded, satisfied with that. After all, this time the forces came from the entire central continent, and all the forces were from all over the world. March seemed very long, but in fact it was not long, which showed that Alida really cared about it. Then let's do it. Eli replied, then closed his eyes again. During this period of time, I have been focusing on the blade of Mercury, but I have left the others behind. The secret method of violent blood has not yet broken through the 5th floor. Eli retreats. At this time, the entire continent was very lively. Although the news about the alliance was secret, it was quickly known by all forces, shocking all forces. The forces of the organization secretly shouted, so they accelerated and set off in the direction of the Bloodline Tower. Other forces also had their own ideas. Middle domain. On the huge sky cloud whale, Jinji faced his own president. Hey, this step of yours, if you take the right step, you will naturally shine brightly, but if you fail, you may fall into the abyss and be swallowed by demons. The white-haired president looked at Jinji and sighed. My lord, it's a done deal. This is my choice, and it has nothing to do with the entire Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Jinji bowed his head. This time he played a big role in the alliance, and now he can't hide it. Irrelevant. The white-haired old man just glanced at him and snorted, I have told you many times that we are just businessmen, don't really get involved in these big power struggles, this time the matter is too big, and I can't keep you. After today, you have nothing to do with my Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, so let's go. Hearing the expected words, Jinji closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he raised his head and bowed respectfully. Then he turned and left without any hesitation. The old president didn't stop him, he just sighed and said leisurely. Hey, it's a pity that a good seedling will be ruined. This kind of resistance has happened several times in the past thousands of years, but it has never succeeded. Jingui's eyes are still too shallow. That's all. Paradise City. It was a familiar meeting room, but this time there was one less person attending. The 6 major families are the Press family, the Yunj family, the Delo family, the York family, the Sarah family, and the Kamis family. The first 3 are the upper families, and the last 3 are the lower families. Of course, the Kamis family has been destroyed, so there are only 5 people at this time. The old man, Patriarch Press, looked at the other 4 people present with a cold face. In fact, since the Kamis family was destroyed, he has been like this. Patriarch Press, there is no need to be so serious. After all, it has happened for several months, and we can't change it. The old woman sighed and said, he is the patriarch of Yunj family. Yet, no one expected this to happen. The climate of the Tower of Bloodlines has been established, but it's not a big problem. It's not that it hasn't happened before, and it will be suppressed at that time. Patriarch Dai Luo's patriarch is a man in sky blue. The mature woman in gauze is quite charming. Patriarch York and Patriarch Sarah didn't say anything, but looked at Patriarch Press. Ahem. The Press family coughed twice, and everyone focused their attention. Everyone, don't take it lightly this time. The Bloodline Tower is completely different from before, and everyone, don't forget the Hamis family. They have even destroyed the Bloodline land. He stroked his beard with sharp eyes. Furthermore, Eli's person is very sinister. He is clearly the 5th ring but has been hiding as the 4th ring for so many years. He is really a sinister person. I'm afraid he has been planning for many years. This time he actually wants to form an alliance, which is quite troublesome for us. Hearing the sinister thoughts, everyone nodded in unison. They fully agree on this point, this man is too dark. Then how should we deal with Patriarch Press? Patriarch Sierra asked in a low voice, he was a strong man. Didn't we discuss several plans in the past few months? He glanced at everyone. Everyone frowned and thought about it. The last meeting was when the Kamis family was wiped out. Everyone was shocked and frightened. The meeting was chaotic. It seemed that some plans were discussed, but none of them were implemented. The first one is the joint efforts of several of us, the second one is the Lich Tower, and the third one is... Several people spoke out their plans one after another. Patriarch Press interrupted directly, guys, can we not make a move or not? After all, if the 5th ring is lost, every family will also have a headache. I remember that there was a plan before that was about pulling a place outside the world. A world fragment containing powerful creatures would be a perfect fit. My idea is that we don't block it first, and then wait for the day when the alliance is launched, directly pull that world fragment, and then wipe out including Eli in it. Okay, but is this guaranteed to kill them? The plump woman asked worriedly. Don't worry, there is a group of phoenixes contaminated with black mist rules in that world fragment, and the kings headed by them have reached the peak of Chiba, even my family can't handle it. What's more, the phoenix is good at souls, especially after being contaminated with black mist. The average Chiba warlock can't resist at all, even Eli is no exception. We have calculated that if you want to be able to kill the Bird King, you must either have strong mental power, a powerful instantaneous burst of mental power attack, or the strength of more than 10,000 flowers, at least with the dragon blood of Eli, it is absolutely impossible to have such with the usual means, this time he will definitely die. Patriarch Price is full of confidence. They also discovered this fragment of the world by accident, and they dared not enter it, lest they would attract that group of phoenixes. Now it is really suitable to deal with Eli. Really? Listening to Patriarch Price's analysis, everyone nodded. It's a pity for such a strong man. The plump woman sneered, her chest trembling. The others also smiled, as if they had seen the tragedy in the alliance. At that time, each faction has no leader, and they will naturally take over these organizations, and the alliance will be stronger than before. Eli. Just a line in history. Chapter 509. What, Jinji came to visit me? In the wizard's tower, Eli asked curiously after listening to Viveka's words. Yes, Lord Jinji is outside. Viveka nodded. During this period of time, Viveka has also improved rapidly with the help of the resources of the Kami's family, and she is only one step away from Huyu. Then tell him to come in. Eli nodded, he was also curious why Jinji came to him at this time. Yes. Viveka nodded and left quickly. In a minute. The door opened again, but this time only Jinji entered. Jinji's appearance and clothes didn't change much, but to Eli's surprise, Jinji's face was very pale at this time, and Jin Chan's fate also dissipated a lot, especially his breath, which fell from sunrise to morning star. What happened? The realm has fallen, and the Warlock Alliance will not attack him, it shouldn't be. My lord, long time no see. On the other hand, Jinji greeted him eagerly, and then said with a wry smile, this time, I asked my lord to take in me, a wretched person. Taking in? Is this a big deal? But looking at you like this, what happened? Eli waved his hand, and Jinji sat opposite. I've left the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Jinji's first sentence as he sat down stunned Eli. You left the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Eli couldn't believe it. We must know that Jinji has been in the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce for thousands of years, his blood is bound, and he has also paid a lot for the Chamber of Commerce, so why did he leave suddenly? However, it is reasonable to fall in this realm. After all, the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce is very special and has a lot to do with financial resources. If you leave the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, you will naturally fall. Yes, I was kicked out because of the alliance, and now I can only come to seek refuge with the adults. Jinji smiled, as if he was not sad, but there was a gleam in his eyes. That's it. Eli instantly understood what had happened. Jinji played a very important role in the alliance. It seems that he did not agree with the chairman of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, and finally chose their side. Knowing what happened, Eli felt a lot more relaxed, and he looked at Jinji more seriously. The development of the Bloodline Tower is actually good, but Alita is really mediocre in terms of finances. If Jinji comes to help him, it is definitely a good thing, not to mention that he is also a trustworthy person. Of course, the Tower of Bloodline still lacks a Minister of Economy, so you can come if you want. Eli responded with a smile. Then thank you sir. Jinji was still a little worried that Eli would not want him, but he finally let go of the stone in his heart when he heard this, and stood up directly to express his heartfelt heart. Oh, and Moto and my other subordinates. Everything. Eli waved his hand, let Viveka take you to find Alita, you should familiarize yourself with the Bloodline Tower first, and let her arrange it by the way. Yes, my lord. Jinji nodded, and then Eli called Viveka to come in, and took her away. Just when Jinji was familiar with the environment, representatives of various forces, or the head of the family also arrived at the City of Blood, arranged for a rest, and prepared for the alliance in a few days. Half a month is fleeting. This day, the entire City of Blood became noisy in an instant. Countless warlocks walked out of the houses, and the city was decorated with lights and festoons. Ribbons of various colors were wrapped around every corner of the city. Over the city, airships were flying one by one, and countless colorful yarns hung down. A huge red carpet extends from the tallest wizard tower to the gate of the city. At this time, on the red carpet, Patriarch Hailong and Patriarch Haisha walked side by side toward the top, looking at the scenery on both sides with emotion. Hailong, look at the city of bloodlines. I don't think it's any worse than Paradise City, whether its various infrastructures or the liveliness here. It seems that this lord is not only outstanding in combat power. Patriarch Sea Shark said with emotion. Yes. Patriarch Hailong nodded with a relaxed expression. Just last night, they had discussed the alliance matters, and today is just a formality, announcing the establishment of the alliance and holding a banquet. But it's a pity that the lord is not willing to be the leader, but Alida, a morning star, will be the leader. At this time, another voice came, and the two turned their heads to see a man wearing a blue warlock robe. It's the Patriarch of Fengshen Terrasor. Hailong smiled towards them. They only met in the past few days, but the similar situation made them hit it off right away. But it's like that again. Everyone knows that Eli is not the tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, but he has always firmly controlled the Bloodline Tower. The Sea Shark Patriarch smiled. 2. The other two smiled, which really made sense. While talking and joking, everyone has already arrived at the top of the city. This is a square with a high platform in the center. At this time, a large number of warlocks have gathered inside, all of which are the coming families. And these families also gave way to the three of them. The three ignored it and just looked at the high platform. At this time, Alida was on the top, loudly preaching the future of the alliance and the reasons. Until the last shout, since then, the Bloodline Alliance has been formally established. Boom! In the next second, dozens of skyships launched fireworks in the sky, countless bright rays of light bloomed in the sky, and even elemental robes roared, extremely bursts of elemental fireworks, extremely beautiful. The three looked at each other and saw each other's happiness. The alliance was established, and they will take care of it in the future, facing the common enemy, the Warlock Alliance. Good. Farther away, Eli stood on the top of a wizard tower, watching this scene, with Vivica standing beside her. Brother Eli, aren't you showing up? Vivica asked curiously. No need. Eli smiled. Okay. Alida didn't refute. She just stood beside Eli admiring the sky full of fireworks. She inadvertently approached Eli, and she was about to post it. Hey hey! A cunning flashed in Alida's eyes. Suddenly, Eli puts his hand on her shoulder. Alida's pupils dilated and her heart trembled. Could it be? But when she turned her head to look, Eli was looking up at the sky, serious. Vivica froze for a moment, then looked up. At this moment, above the blue sky, a layer of black mist suddenly appeared, only to see an extremely huge object surrounded by black mist, entering the world of wizards. And as if there was a power of space at work, it appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters in the City of Blood in the blink of an eye, blocking the light and casting a shadow. And it's still falling. What is this? Facing this sudden change, she opened her mouth wide. Large world fragment. Eli's eyes were calm, looking at the huge world fragments. This world fragment wrapped in black mist undoubtedly came from the outer layer of the world. How could it suddenly appear here? Who did it? He didn't notice it. Not only him, everyone looked up at this scene at this time. This is... Many homeowners feel uneasy. Today is the day when the alliance is established, so there will be no accidents. While everyone was guessing, suddenly the black mist of the fragments of the world stirred up, and a huge bird's head protruded from the fragments of the world. The head alone was more than 10 meters in size, and the black eyes flickered, as if it contained darkness. What kind of monster is this? Patriarch Hailong's body tensed, a deadly threat lingered in his heart. It's not just him, at this moment, everyone can only see the sense of fatality. As if it came out, all of them would have to die. Everyone didn't dare to move, they stared at the bird's head. In the next second, the bird's head croaked, and the huge and evil mental impact made everyone feel a chill. A large number of low-level warlocks fell to the ground, and even the city's defensive witch formations in the City of Blood were directly activated. What kind of powerful creature is it? This time, everyone felt its power more intuitively, and everyone showed fear. And this was just the beginning, and then everyone saw the heads of birds poking out of the black mist. Although the breath-holding was weak at the beginning, the number reached tens of thousands. Countless bird heads looked at everyone on the ground, and everyone felt a burst of despair. On the wizard tower, Eli ignored the small ones, but looked at the huge bird head that was getting out, with puzzled eyes. Falling fragments of the world. Phoenix. Chapter 510. Evil. The king of the phoenix crowed, and a layer of invisible soul fluctuations spread like ripples, and the entire sky turned grey. And amidst the cries, the phoenix king also completely broke away from the world fragments. I saw that its body was like a giant eagle with a body length of several kilometers. One part of the feathers is golden yellow, the other part is bright red, and there are several long feathers behind it. What is strange is that the flame that should have been burning on the body is grey, with a kind of icy beauty. The Phoenix King seemed to be very angry at this moment. Looking at the strange environment around him, he immediately lowered his head to look at the city on the ground, and let out a long cry. At the same time, countless grey flames condensed around him and flew towards the ground, like a rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. On the ground, many warlocks were shocked when they saw this scene. The patriarchs of several big forces looked at each other in blank dismay. "Let's do it, or I'm afraid I'll die here today," the Hai Long family said with an ugly face. Although they didn't understand what happened, there is a high probability that it was the action of the Warlock Alliance today. No wonder the Warlock Alliance has been quiet recently, it seems to be holding back. The two people beside them nodded. In the next second, all three of them were seen flying towards the sky. In the next second, amidst the waves rolling and the sound of the water rippling, the owners of Hailong and Haisha yelled loudly. Eli saw a huge sea dragon and a huge sea shark appearing behind them respectively in the distance. The waves flew towards the sky. The master of Feng Shen Yaolong took a deep breath, and a storm rolled up and flew towards the sky. The three of them are budding, and the power of rules is brewing in the attack, so the momentum and strength are also extremely shocking. The warlocks on the ground also looked towards the sky. So did Eli. But he just watched this scene not far away, and didn't do anything. He wanted to see how strong the Phoenix King was, and then to see if he could make a move, or it would be embarrassing if he couldn't beat him, and he also noticed some figures nearby, most likely they were warlocks from the Warlock Alliance. Don't be hacked. After all, this time it was obviously coming for him, so he had to be careful. At this time, the flames in the sky also collided with the attacks of the three. Boom! In an instant, countless steam rose up, but the faces of the three people inside changed drastically in an instant. Because only one collision was seen, the sea waves shattered like a thin film, and then the flames went directly through the water waves towards the ground, and the power of law in it was directly found to be burned, and the storm on the other side was almost instantly shattered. Doesn't work at all? The gap is too big. Patriarch Hai Long's face changed, the attack of the phoenix in front of him was completely beyond their ability to stop. At this time, the King of Phoenix also noticed the three of them, and immediately flapped his wings and flew towards them, glared at them, and then slapped his wings like big hands towards them, setting off a storm. Puff! Just staring at the moment, the three of them felt that their bodies could not move at all, and then the huge wings attacked the three of them, making the three of them fly towards the city of blood like cannonballs. Boom! In an instant, three large pits appeared on the ground, and countless smoke filled the air. When the smoke dissipated, several people climbed up with difficulty, but countless cracks appeared in their bodies, a large amount of blood was flowing, and they vomited blood from their mouths, and they climbed out of the deep pit with difficulty. Seeing the tragic situation of the three people, everyone was terrified. Even 3 adults with 5 rings were defeated so easily, what should they do? Master Eli. Alida on the high platform looked towards the valley behind her, her body trembling. Now there was nothing they could do except Eli. At this time, among the fragments of the world, tens of thousands of phoenixes also flew out of the world, and immediately let out a scream, set off a storm of flames, and flew towards the ground with a terrifying momentum. This scene, which seemed to be the end of the world, immediately made everyone frightened. And at this moment, a golden light that covered the sky suddenly radiated, and a golden film wrapped the entire city like a big bowl, preventing it from entering. At this time, the flames had also reached the defensive layer, and suddenly there was a crackling sound, and there were multiple layers of cracks in the defensive layer, but they did not waver at all, and at the same time, the phoenix flock was also blocked out. The warlocks on the ground also looked up at this scene. In the golden light, Eli also slowly flew up towards the sky. It was Lord Eli who protected us. Master Eli is here, the threat is gone. Is this Eli? Countless people cheered, and the patriarchs of the three major families stood up with support, looking at the figure like a god in the sky, facing thousands of phoenixes. Can he defeat the phoenix? All eyes turned to Eli. Even a few eyes in the shadows looked at Eli, with malicious intentions. At this time, Eli's gaze was on the king of Phoenix in the sky. After observation, he was sure that the Mercury blade had a good chance of defeating it, but just now, he thought of a better and more efficient way. Entering a strange world normally will be suppressed, but these creatures are not suppressed because they have lived in fragments around the world for many years, contaminated with the breath of the world, and the will of the world is now silent. Otherwise a five-ringed creature entering the world is not so easy. As long as the will of the world is awakened, its strength will even be suppressed to the sacred tree, or even sprout, so what threat is there? Eli looked at the phoenix, the corners of his mouth raised. The only difficulty in this plan is to awaken the will of the world. Now that the will of the world is silent, even Wu Huan can't even think about it, but he is different. He has the favor of the will of the world, but he can do it. Thinking of this, Eli's eyes became sharper, and he looked at the Phoenix King's body more and more rampantly. At this time, the Phoenix King turned his head, looking at the strange human in front of him. He faintly sensed the crisis and was looking for an opportunity. The people on the ground were watching one person and one bird confront each other, feeling a little bewildered. What is this for? The few people in the darkness were a little disdainful. Eli can't be the opponent. If he dares to show up, he will die. Just like that, 3 minutes passed. The Phoenix King couldn't bear it any longer, let out a cry. The shrill sound spread tens of thousands of meters, and then he was about to flap his wings and fly towards Eli. At this time, Eli also suddenly moved. I saw that he didn't do anything, but as soon as he arrived, the bright golden light went straight into the heaven and earth, illuminating thousands of spaces, but a mysterious aura emanated from him, and at the same time, the same aura awakened in the heaven and earth. Vast, boundless, ancient. In the sky, the clouds rolled, as if a giant had woken up. In an instant, all the warlocks felt that it was difficult to breathe, but they had a sense of intimacy as if they were returning to their mother's arms. But the King of Phoenix did make a cry, and his eyes changed, and he changed direction instantly, and was about to fly towards the fragments of the world. The next moment, Phoenix's body froze for an instant, but the flames around him were extinguished instantly, and the speed of his body was falling fast, and his breath was even more outrageous, falling directly. Chiba Peak. Chiba Intermediate. The peak of the sacred tree. In the end, its aura fell directly to the stage of entering the divine tree. Not just him, the breath of those little phoenixes also fell, but not as serious as their king, but their combat power was also weakened by more than 3 floors. And after this, Eli waved his hand directly, and the boundless shadow immediately turned into a giant hand, and then the big hand directly grabbed the phoenix, but it just let out a painful cry, and was dragged directly into the darkness. As for those little phoenixes, seeing the fall of the king, they fled towards the fragments of the world one after another. They were so fast that they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then Eli smiled, and his lifespan was exhausted. Star Spirit Sealing Technique. Star-like chains appeared across the sky, dragging pieces of the world toward Eli. And in the process, the fragments of the world also became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into something like a crystal ball, which was held by Eli in his hands. Looking down, it seems that you can still see countless tiny phoenixes. And as the fragments of the world were put away, the will of the world slowly dissipated. It was calm. Eli waved his hand, and the protection transformed by the power of faith also dissipated into countless golden light spots, flying towards Eli like golden dandelions and being absorbed by him. And Eli didn't stop after putting away the power of faith. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the void not far away. His eyes were neither sad nor happy, and said, "Everyone of the Warlock League. Did you come out by yourself? Or am I picking you out?"